Uvaženi skupe, moje ime je Mihajla Šljukić i pripalo mi je zadovoljstvo da vam u ime kompletnog tima CRTE poželim dobrodošlicu na međunarodnu konferenciju pod nazivom Imamo.
My name is Mihajla Šljukić and I would like to welcome you to the CRTE's conference In Effect Do We Elect? Before us, we have 3 very interesting days, but first of all, I would like to share one technical information with you. You have the equipment for simultaneous interpretation. You will be able to hear English on the channel 2 and Serbian on the channel 1. One more remark on the beginning of the second panel. We will have the speech in Russian, so please, all of you who wish to listen to the translation, please take the equipment before the beginning of the second panel. This is a super election year. The number of people who will be invited to polls is 1/2 of the population. CRTA is an expert organization that has been investing its knowledge and competence in observing the election. We do this through continuous work in order to improve the election conditions. The elections, as all other topics, is crucial. The more you learn, you discover that is even more to learn. This conference is an opportunity to learn. Thanks to the goodwill of all of you present today, we've managed to gather an infinite number of participants having different knowledge about political circumstances in which the elections take place. I would like the director of CRTA, Vukosava, Crnjanski, to open the conference. Thank you, Mihaila. Dear guests, dear allies, thank you for being here, and thank you for joining us in the effort to make this conference a success and to do something meaningful for elections, not just here, but also in other places where they're not conducted as they should be. At CRTA, we found ourselves in the unusual situation where for several months there have been no announcements of upcoming elections. So, in a way, this conference might help us cope with our abstinent crisis. All jokes aside, elections have become frequent in Serbia in recent years, perhaps even unnecessarily so. The bigger problem, however, is that their quality is diminishing with every cycle. We often wonder how far the normalization of the unacceptable can go, how much media bias, how much voter pressure, how much institutional abuse must there be before society, us, the citizens, stop accepting it as a normal part of the electoral process? Elections are not a show, and voters are not mere extras. If elections are not a guarantee of our sovereignty as citizens, a means for us to change governments and choose different policies, what are they? We could say that a guiding theme for creating the program of this conference was a quote by Andras Shedler: "Democracy is a system in which parties lose elections. In electoral authoritarian regimes, opposition parties lose elections." Through panels and roundtable discussions, we will seek answers to important global and regional questions. How do we recognize electoral authoritarianism? How do we resist it? How to inform voters in a drastically technologically changed media environment, how to protect them from the pervasive disinformation. Are there effective ways to combat political clientelism and electoral engineering? We will also work on very specific tasks, such as finding solutions for the voter registry in which citizens have lost trust. We, as citizens and election observers from various countries, will exchange frontline experiences from the fight for free and fair elections. There are many difficult questions surrounding elections, especially in countries where the standard question, who will win, is not even asked. Fortunately, there are wise individuals around the world who are dedicated to the subject of elections, whether through academic, activist, or journalist work. I'm happy and proud that many of them, many of you, will participate in this conference. I'm an incurable optimist. I believe that Serbia is a society with the potential to fight for free and fair elections and for a democracy that is not just a facade. Optimism requires a lot of hard work. I'm confident that our collective efforts at this conference will bring us at least a few steps closer to the CRTA's goal. Once again, thank you for this moment in which the International Conference in Effective Elect is officially open. Thank
Hvala, Vuko.
Thank you. A fascinating biography of Svetlana Slapšak is not made only by exceptional achievements, but also sustainable combat for citizens' freedom and resisting to oppressive regimes. We are happy that she will have the first keynote speech. Ms. Slapšak, please, you have the floor.
Izvinjavam se zbog problema koje predstavljam. Dakle, govorit ću o jednoj temi gde moram da objasnim o čemu zapravo govorim. Tema je kapilarna oholokratija, to je termin koji ne treba posebno objašnjavati. Pokušaj opisa srpske demokrature i mogućne rješenja. Demokratura nije nikakav termin, to je jezički kalambur i kao takvoga ga i upotrebljam. Dakle, ne kao termin koji nešto određuje, već kao jezičku šalu koja uvodi u kontekst i ništa drugo. Oholokratija je grčka složenica i znači vladavina ološa i prvi je upotrebio antički grčki historičar Polibije, koliko da znamo ko je bio prvi. Ovdje je upotrebljavam kao operativni termin za opis trenutnog načina vladanja u Srbiji. Godine 1990. na prvim slobodnim izborima u Srbiji bila sam članica glasačkog odbora i ceo dan sam posmatrala ljude koji su glasali. Jedan tip ponašanja me je posebno dotakao. To su bile starije žene koje su pokazivale sve znake velike anksioznosti, a neke su dok su prilazile glasačkoj kutiji posle i zaplakale. Daleko od oduševljenja nad novim demokratskim mogućnostima, one su pokazivale izraziti strah pred njima. Nešto od toga razumela sam kao ostatak iz tek završenog prethodnog doba u kojem su mnogi i mnoge smatrali da se politike treba kloniti, bez obzira na relativno stanje manje karijerne mogućnosti. Odnos prema članstvu u partiji, jedinom dostupnom obliku učestvovanja u politici, Ako pojedinac nije slučajno bio aktivno angažovan u disidentskim krugovima i time isključen iz standardnih karijera, ocrtavao je s polja teško razumljivu mapu klasa i društvenog raslojavanja u Jugoslaviji. Vrbovanje za komunističku partiju već dugo nije bilo agresivno, ideje o višepartijskom sistemu bile su napadane, ali su uvek postojale u protoku ideja. I to već dugo. U najširim slojevima prevladavao je čisto oportunistički, ponekad otvoreno ciničan stav prema članstvu. Ne biti u partiji sadržavala je nešto od moralnog stava prema otvorenoj moralnoj korupciji, premda je moglo biti prouzročeno i dubokom religioznošću ili nacionalizmom ili starim klasnim otporom. Posebno zanimljiv je deo društva koji je stvarao mišljenje i kulturu. U ranim 50-im, posle odvajanja od SSSR, jugoslovenska nomenklatura na čelu sa Titom pristala je na modernizaciju. To je bilo doba kad je dozvoljena apstraktna likovna umetnost, recimo. Uz povremene ispade, odnosno nestandardizovanu, spontanu cenzuru, sve to uz zvanično, da vas podsjetim, nepostojanje cenzure. Vizualne umetnike je to ohrabrilo, umetnike reči načinilo obazrivijim, među naukama su one koje se bave društvenim bile izložene rizicima. Postojale su i regionalne mutacije. Krajem 60-ih to
60s, it's something that many do not remember from the past. In the late 60s, the Croatian Communist Party under Bakaric decided to promote and finance academic feminism as one of the ways to fight the wave of nationalism in the population of intellectuals. Something similar has never happened in Serbia, at least not as far as feminism is concerned. In the domain of culture, a special phenomenon arose. In difference to social issues and uncritical aestheticism, which suited the party. The paradox of an author who is a member of the party at the same time cultivates complete disinterest in reality was common, as was the so-called factual prose cherished cherished the description of bodily excreta more than the brief description of the state in which the heroes lived. That is why the Black Wave in the film, with its polysemy, experienced such passionate denial and prohibitions. The same was experienced by theater, active science, literature, and even rarely painting, if it included a critical attitude towards reality. All this contributed to the impression of the opposition that freedom of expression is the most important goal of political changes. Only later, in the second half of the 80s, human rights became equal to freedom of expression as a goal. I admit this as my personal sin, so to speak. The opposition, for its part, was divided quickly after Tito's death into two unequal and politically conflicting groups. A larger, consistently nationalist group in which collective and historical rights replaced human rights. Historical revisionism replaced scientific objectivity, and mythomania replaced social issues with pronounced anti-socialism and primitive lack of understanding of capitalism and a minority which remained at equality on all levels, from individual to minority and national level, with increased attention devoted to social problems, and they were committed to, Yugoslavianism and pacifism. To this day, this smaller group has remained the fixed main enemy in all the new states that emerged from Yugoslavia, with no real or political influence. The first group, from its original position of opposition, quickly became the main component of the local elites and the striking force of the entire state propaganda. Only if we investigate the emergence of opposition movements in the 80s can we understand the incompetence of the parliamentary official opposition today, its sterility, and, regardless of its elite origin and education, its astonishing political stupidity. I mention these known things primarily to emphasize that changes in collective tradition and customs and behavior could not come overnight with the elections in 1990. They required more time and less nationalist propaganda. This collective backwardness in terms of parliamentary democracy was followed by a dangerously long period of non-reflection and non-acceptance of responsibility for the war, which has not ended even today, which is the deepest and bigger cause for the emergence of capillary autocracy in Serbia. The other causes stem from the violation of the constitution, from media manipulation aimed at collective psychological changes, and from, I admit, a fundamental change in social relations based on a new attitude towards work, social insecurity, and dependence on the will of the chosen ones. And all that without no reliance on ideology, only on basic bone rattling nationalism, and on a certainly original propaganda procedure, placing the entire citizenry in the position of a patient listener, psychoanalyst of one common sun ruler.
The basis of today's Serbian democracy, which has already exceeded 11 years of Milosevic's rule, is the violation of the constitution, which we see most obviously in the juggling of the position and prerogatives of the prime minister and the president of the state. That scandal of perverting the basis of the legal system enabled the vertical of similar procedures up to the election procedure. Every rule in the state and society is the subject of a game, i.e., a fraud. On the horizontal, in those circumstances, the MASH capillary system has developed, which keeps membership in the party devoid of any particularity or solid structure. Membership has become the exclusive criterion for employment and, in general, survival in society. Everything else has become a space of insecurity, fear, and additional psychotic conditions that accompany such everyday life. This is why I believe that Serbian democrature is a phenomenon that must and has not yet been examined, understood, and possibly changed with the help of knowledge of collective psychology. Only in this way can we understand the tears and fear of the election of older women in 1990s and how it turned into a guaranteed, routine, repetitive electoral victory of today's Serbian democrature. Serbian democrature requires criteria that require active participants that are the only ones who can be elected. To be or become scum. The scum uses lies, tricks, fraud, corruption, mostly without the need to explain. Only one form of communication with the public is not allowed, and this is exclusive behavior of the common sun ruler. Passive participants are placed in a position of unconditional acceptance of dirty compromise, blackmail, threats, and liability in everyday life. It's not just about the painful observation of a distant high authority, but about the bloody, gory pressure of such politics, individual everywhere and everything and without stopping. In addition, the individual is exposed to watching the emerald, orgiastic behavior of fictitious real characters offered by the poverty-conditioned media, television, print media, possibly social media, is the only relief and entertainment. I shorten this description with convincing hypothesis. The voter in Serbia is deprived of human dignity. A large number of such find a solution in surrender to the system, in some ritualized ecstasy of worshipping the sun ruler. It would be extremely superficial and irresponsible to throw the responsibility on that victorious mass. It only shows the extreme consequences of the psychological oppression that is ruled in democracy. Those who do not want to live in such a life must voluntarily exclude themselves from all civic activity, and thus their strong individual will and aesthetic composure only further help the system they would like to resist. Is there a cure for it? Can it be changed? Experience with protest rights and civil action provides some pragmatic frameworks. One of them is clear. Cooperation with the official opposition is certainly an important cause of the failure of civil elections. When I say official opposition, I mean the party system, which cannot avoid the operation of the only party in power and only contributes to the consolidation of that super system. I also mean moral contamination by the super system. There is also a diverse civil action that promises systemic change, and there should be no place in it, not only for the current democracy, but also for those who participated in it. The Serbian problem is not a unique one. It's a global phenomenon. Even in Europe, the range and variety in democracies is expanding. We do not have the audio. What I'm going to present is not a joke, although at first glance it seemed to be one. It's about a form of democracy that is eponymous, the one that gave its name and shaped the concept. Due to the non-application of that form, the term is not precise even today. Non-application is relative. There are many non-European direct democracies only in Europe, which appropriates democracy as something of its own, direct, ancient, primarily coming from Athens, which was never realized at a state or at any group level at all in Europe, except for occasional student, artistic, and anarchist accomplishments. Athenian democracy was also not complete, excluding women, foreigners, and slaves. The rules, therefore, apply only to adult men registered in their municipalities, sons of Athenian fathers and mothers, whose fathers were Athenian citizens. A woman was just a recipient at the time, but I'm interested only in one procedure, which could be acceptable primarily at the local level and at the same time would be useful in the process of replacing democracy, as well as the model of future management when we finally realize that parliamentary democracy is lost, in bad use, spent, and irreplaceable. It's about voting with a die. I would ask you now to use your imagination. So I would like us to look at the first slide. So what we have here is a claritarian. This is a voting machine used in Athens democracy. It is now in the Museum of Agora. Not a lot of tourists visit it. And that machine functions like a gambling machine, although it's not powered. You can see 10 vertical columns, and at the side there's a channel with 2 openings. If you want to see how it worked, you can see Claritarian on the YouTube channel, and you will be able to see the reconstruction of its use, and I'm sure that you will amuse yourselves while viewing. So you have the names of municipalities at the top. At the bottom, you have the name of the citizens, adult men. When you put names in these openings, you have the device ready to use. And then you put different stones, black and white ones. The one who has the most of white stones is the winner. In this administration at the local level, the chosen citizen, whoever he is, serves for 1 year, gets paid, and gets a daily meal, and for the rest of his life, he will be responsible for everything that was done in that year. It's a perfect way to prevent corruption, and on the other hand, the system is completely destroyed because apparently everyone is equally good. And this is the principle that can be concluded. We're all equally good. So the system actually annuls the cost of the election campaign and everyone can therefore participate. So please, can you put the second slide? This is the museum in Reading in England, a reconstructed instrument device. And here you can see how it functions. So it's a pure chance who will represent, i.e. work for you during the next year. And the third slide, please. We can see here the work of the National Assembly, how it works. So I added this national, although it was not meaningful in Athens. We do have a key difference that I would like you to remind you of. Residents, one was politis, the citizens who live in one polis in Athens, and the other is patriotis. So the patriot is not a citizen. So the grounds for socialism were eliminated. So in any way, these are the debris of ceramic. This is a very good example of recycling in the state practice. On a piece of ceramic, everyone was able to write the name of a citizen that should be there. These pieces were called ostraca, and this is the ostracism, the name we use today, although we do not understand the real term, the meaning. To be ostracized is horrible because the one who got the most votes needed to leave the country. All citizens who wish to participate in the assembly and get paid for that day needed to come as early as possible to the assembly. They had to take the so-called tessera, a piece of ceramic on another material, and at the end use it to get paid. So if you wanted to decide upon something, you had to be present on that day and vote. We had first the example of that assembly trash, and then you see the name of Kimon, the son of Miltiad, then you had Aristides, then you had Themistocles, who was chased away. So now you have the entire image about the local elections using die. There won't be any more slides, thank you. So the basis of direct democracy, which makes sense to apply today, we can arrange it like this. Everyone has the right to decide what they want and when they want in a free debate in the assembly. Time spent in the assembly that never has the same composition is compensated with the daily allowance after a full day's work. All citizens are equally good for conducting politics, the basis of which is the benefit and the protection of other citizens. The length of the mandate is 1 year. Responsibility applies for life. Choosing by a die for all administrative services is therefore the only possible option. In today's practice, this would mean that party careerism makes no sense, even less an election campaign. The assembly functions without elections. It seems impossible at the first glance, but it's actually already happening. One of the main reasons for rejecting such a similar democracy is simply numbers. Direct democracy is based on small numbers of participants. But today's local elections that transcend local borders highlight perhaps the most important applicable aspect of direct democracy: action for the benefits of others. Citizens of Novi Sad are protesting against lithium mining, which threatens the citizens of Machla, and are traveling to Loznica. There's no better example of the function of a modern direct democracy. A problem of civic initiative is the rapid exhaustion and gradual dying out of the action, reducing the number of participants.
Direct democracy, with the institutionalization of the role I vote when I want, solves that problem. I'm aware of the reactions to this kind of thinking. Some 30 years ago, in 1995, in Amsterdam, I explained in a public debate with members of parliament the choice of dice, and one participant reacted with horror. He said this means that we can also choose a fascist with the dice. I answered with the question whether he prefers to vote them in parliamentary elections. And it caused a stormy reaction against myself in the audience, of course. This year in the Netherlands, where 30 years ago they could not even imagine electing fascists and considered such an idea offensive, they elected a fascist by a majority of the votes. He can neither form a government nor becomes its prime minister. Wow. The same thing happened in Austria. It almost happened in France, where the elections were stolen. Parliamentary democracy is no longer able to respond to new social conditions, and an overhaul or replacement are necessary. The question is whether parliamentary democracy can do it alone. There are already participatory democracy, which mainly refers to local, municipal forms of citizen participation in government. Self-management, a much better suited term, is still on the associative blacklist. On the other hand, what is created as a new social reality by civil movements or simply connected human movements, with all the failures, alienations, straying away, instability and chaos, occasionally and locally shows some successes, occasionally and somewhere is incomparably better than democrature. Let's also mention the chaos. This is probably what most citizens fear when voting, and the fear is often out of proportion of the chaos in which the vote is taken. In a mixture of fear and desire for a balanced life, let's remember the tears of the older women, the imagined chaos only in outline prevents the collective reason and knowledge of citizens, and it is certainly not a favorite concept of political scientists. Among the not so numerous authors who discuss chaos in the social sciences, the Greek-French philosopher Cornelius Castoriadis stands out. He, thinking scientifically about Athenian democracy, he developed the concept of chaos, which is ontogenetically connected to democracy. Change, correction, clashing of ideas are the basic characteristics of democratic practice. Such a practice can never be in conflict with progress, which is one of the main problems of today's parliamentary system. On the other hand, it equally enables slowing down and traditionalism if they benefit society. Let's imagine the expansion of democratic practices today with moves that could be declared chaotic in most parliaments. The expansion of human rights, say the right to residence, or the right to water as a common good. This last measure was written into the constitution of Slovenia after a successful referendum 4 years ago, at the initiative of a small NGO. Democratic chaos will be limited by the lifelong responsibility of each citizen, especially the proponent. Let's add to that the unbearable attitudes of the majority of European countries towards non-citizens, towards migrants, who are certainly our future in a double sense, that there will be more of them and that we ourselves will someday become migrants. A democratic measure for that could be an attitude, and with it an organization that acts which acts on the basis of that position. The author of this viewpoint is Elie Wiesel, and it reads, "No man is illegal." This rule is found in UN documents. How it is being implemented, well, it can be seen, for example, in the agreement on refugees from Marrakesh from a few years ago, and the difficulties in formulating and signing that agreement, let alone the implementation. We see an echo of inhumanity and non-acceptance in the wording legal or illegal refugees. It is completely contrary to the position of Elie Wiesel and UN, and in a hypocritical relations with the factual situation, say, with the number of existence of consulates of European countries in Africa and Asia, which will simply solve the legality of refugees. The rehabilitation of democratic chaos will inevitably come with the overthrow, dismantling of democracy, democraticship, as you prefer. The key question remains how, and the answer is always the same: non-violently. Two processes, one long and the other shorter, certainly increase the tension, even when there is no more democratic dictatorship. One of is collective learning, acquisition and use of collective civic reason, for which citizenship is not a condition, which is lengthy, and the other is the replacement of the government structure, which better be short. The most important thing is to establish helping others as a collective social goal, because only then will no one be afraid and all women will not cry when voting. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem Svetlani Slapšak.
Thank you, Svetlana Slapšak, for this very interesting and exciting speech. So here's the time for the first panel, where we seek the answer to the question, will this super election year bring hope? We can assess whether democracy will win or lose at the Super Bowl. I would like the participants of this first panel to take seats on the stage.
Dobar dan, moje ime...
Good day, my name is Jovana Đurbabić. On behalf of CRTA, I would like to greet you all and at the very beginning tell you that it won't be easy to continue after the speech of this team, Mrs. Slapšak. We will talk about democracy, what is it today, and how it fits to this super election year in 2024. According to the number of people who will vote this year is super. We have 2 more months until the end of the year, and we will see what it will bring. I would like to see what we have learned so far from this super election years. Have there been some surprises? What can we expect from the culmination? How can outcomes of the races in big countries affect the situations in the countries where elections for various reasons are not making any change for a very long time now. So is the democracy winning or losing this Super Bowl? Today I will be talking about this with Ivana Dragicevic, foreign affairs commentator from the N1 News channel, with Mr. Boško Jakšić, foreign affairs commentator of the Politica Daily. Thank you for being here. With Agun Melici, political analyst and writer. Thank you for being here. And with Cherkasov, senior research fellow from the Center for European Reform. She was unable to be here with us live, but she is here online from Vienna. I would like to start this discussion with a short question. Is the fact that this number of people votes this year, does this bring more hope or fear? Just short answer, Mr. Melici. Fear? Fear? Both fear and hope.
Would you choose a hope or fear?
Well, if I can choose, I'm always opting for hope.
Sada nastavit ćemo razgovor i pokušati da saznamo zašto ste se vi opredelili za strah, a gospodine Jakšić i Džejka za i jedno i drugo. Džejka, I would like to start with you since for years you've been following the global democracy trends. You've been working also in the Freedom House, and for years you have been a research director for Europe media and democracy. What would you say? What is happening with democracy nowadays? Because we are facing the rising populism and illiberal tendencies across Europe.
Microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I think perhaps I would just want to explain why I said I'm always opting for hope, because there are some hopeful signs that perhaps many are missing right now. And one is that voter turnout grew for the first time in more than a decade globally. And more participation is always good news for democracy. Second, that despite the fear-mongering, and there was a lot of fear-mongering, rightly so, about the problems with generative AI and the problems with disinformation, there were no major disruptions. There were serious problems, but no major disruptions this year with disinformation. And then thirdly, there wasn't a breakthrough for the far right in Europe, at least. And I'm focusing a lot on Europe. So those are the good news, but I also want to make it clear that there are bad news for democracy this year. And one is that much of that increase in voter turnout was among autocracies. So we know that obviously means sham elections, unfortunately. And then in hybrid regimes, governments are coming up with new tactics to restrict the vote. And unfortunately, what we are seeing is that the current information ecosystem really is in their favor. And I think we can talk about this more later. There is a tension between speed and democracy. And globally, what Freedom House has seen is that 1 in 3 people voting this year lives in a country where the quality of elections has deteriorated recently. And just a few things about Europe is that in Europe, the glass seems half full, half empty when it comes to national votes, because there was an election in France and there was one in Austria just recently, and the far-right parties did remarkably well in both elections. But as of now, they are not yet in government. We'll see what happens in Vienna. And it's also true that for democracy, divided and weak coalition governments are not great news. For example, what we are seeing in Germany right now in the current crisis situation, because they may be unable to respond to voter demands. And then there was the EU elections, the European Parliament elections, where, as I said, there was no major breakthrough for the far right, but far right parties did very well. The Patriots is the third largest group in the European Parliament right now. I think I would just add that the European Parliament doesn't work like national parliaments because there is no coalition for the government and opposition, but MEPs work together depending on the topic. So that may mean more power for the far right, or it may mean less power. I think we have to see. And just one last thing is that voting in wider Europe, I mean, we saw the elections in Moldova. I'm sure there will be a lot of discussion of that. It seems the country is as polarized as ever. Unfortunately, those who were hopeful before the elections weren't as right as they were hoping for, but the EU still, or the voters still decided to include in the constitution potential accession to the EU. And then there is elections coming up in Georgia, which will be also very important for the EU and for democracy in general. So I would just stop there.
Thank you, Jaka, a lot. Ivana, što je izabrali?
Ivana, you chose fear. Does your fear cause what Jelka was talking about? We have manipulations, disinformation, we have the expansion of the far right wing. I have always been an optimist living here and doing this job. If I had been pessimist, I would have moved or disappeared. But when I say fear, in this moment, when everything is turned into weapon, when everything is turned into the language of securization as citizens, just like Svetlana said, we need to be extremely cautious and look not only at the election process as an isolated element. There are three crucial things. The first one is that integrity of election is weapons. This is what we saw at the American example and at the consequences, the 6th of January and the attack on Congress. Second, what we heard something about is that non-democratic powers wish to take the media, the public space in the post-truth era, even though, according to some criteria, the elections are democratic ones. People vote for fascists. Why? Perhaps for them it's a relevant option they wish to vote for. Perhaps they are not influenced. Perhaps they do not live in a bubble. But why is this happening today? And the third one is this digital reality and the big tech authoritarian regimes where you have the wealthiest men in the world who actively spreads disinformation, hate speech, sides with the political option, one particular political option, and four, you have an active work on creating the new world order at the global level. A family photo in Kazan, you had in BRICS witnesses thereof. I always mentioned 2022 when 4 person of Eastern Ukrainian regions came to Russia and heard Putin's speech where he explained his new world, which is a part of the aim that he wishes to implement in the world. When you try to ruin everything into the digital space, which is conditioned with this, as Svetlana mentioned before, the young are not involved in Europe in the electoral process. It's a very complicated galimatias. I can't see there the political or philosophical imagination that could counteract the force coming from the authoritarian part of the world, which is outnumbering us and which creates the concept of this brave new world. I always say that I would not like to live in these spaces and contexts where I cannot freely say what I think. Yes, exactly. This is what brings us back to the talks about democracy. Should we be speaking about freedoms?
Focusing your work on the issues of democracy and security and how they're interlinked. What would you say regarding the democracy in this super election year in the Balkans and the Eastern Europe, especially in terms of security? What can we expect?
Well, yeah, just to also quickly comment on why I also chose fear is that our concept of hope has been reduced to basically hoping that it doesn't get worse. That's
Okay.
kind of
Yeah.
the maximum we can hope for. And I chose fear because I think not only because I'm fearing, but because I think voters globally are voting out of fear because they feel like they're lacking control over processes. To borrow Timothy Garton Ash's quote a couple of days ago, he said that, the fate of the world is in the hands of a couple of thousand Pennsylvania voters choosing over the price of butter. So we feel totally out of control. And when we feel totally out of control, the instinct is to choose strong leaders, people with, who promise safety and security. And this we in the Balkans know very well. Whereas in the West, it's mostly fear of, migration, fear of identity, economic anxiety, fear of even change of gender roles has become an issue. Here, it's the more classical fear of regional conflict. I think this is a legitimate issue to discuss here as well, because we are seeing the collapse of international and regional orders in which people are concerned about what will happen, and this plays very well in the hands of regional leaders. We have coined this term at Bunker when we were working on the regional Balkans, this illiberal equilibrium situation in the Balkans that we've called. There's been talk about this concept of stabilocracy, in which leaders in the region are ruling with the support of the West, just to keep the peace. But I think it's more broader than that. It's not just the leaders and the West. It strips away the agency from our own societies, which in a way are legitimizing this kind of rule. So what I fear is that the current context will further reinforce this illiberal equilibrium that we are, this inability to get out of models of hybrid regimes. Yes, in the region is broad. We have 6 countries, and some are doing better than others. But even those that progress, in the end, kind of regress to the mean, because we are unable to get out. One of the main reasons is that we no longer have an external anchor for democracy. We used to look at the EU as something we look towards and that we change or transform our societies. That is no longer there. It doesn't inspire, it does not have the same credibility. And leaders because we are still economies and societies where politics controls and power controls all resources, the playing ground is not level. Leaders in the region have too much power to set the agenda, primarily by putting conflict in the center of the agenda and downplaying other issues, and we have this sort of situation of sort of fake pluralism in which you have a lot of media,
a lot of information,
pluralism of outlets, but not pluralism of narratives. You have a lot of alleged alternative voices, but then they are kind of engineered as well, sort of lack of credible oppositions. So I fear that the context in which, now this is my even bigger fear. Everybody's focusing on the US, and we will talk about this, but even the center that is holding in Europe still, and even if it holds in the US, that too is not producing transformative changes, because even that central liberal West is sort of becoming too transactional in the regions like the Balkans and too accommodating towards authoritarian forces. So in that sense, it's very difficult to find avenues for hope.
Thank you very much. Gospodine Jakšiću, vi ste izabrali strah I nadu.
Mr. Jakšić, you have chosen hope and fear. So tell us about the hope. Where it stems from. Us in Serbia, for a while, the elections have not been bringing any change. In certain societies, they do. So these global developments in the super electoral year, this affect changes in societies where they're hard to come to? Seeing the global situation, my first reaction is fear. So it seems that we are living in the 21st century is marked by constant collapse or stagnation of democracy and the crisis of the quality of democracy. And the three leading organizations, well, examining democracy, including Freedom House, say that for the 19th successive year, we have a negative trend. And if we look at from the US, which call themselves the leaders of the free world, through Europe, that is the cradle of democracy, and by Israel, which is the only democracy of the Middle East, everywhere we have regression. So if we look at this election year, there are several reasons for fear concerning the numbers. For example, the elections in Indonesia, Pakistan, India, these populated countries have shown that autocratic forces have won, forces related to military circles, absolutely without any shred of democracy or nationalism in India that triumphed. Elections in Russia, these are not really elections. It's an organized choreography in order for Putin to rule until 2030, and there the candidates are already dead or in prison or in exile, or those that applied were denied. So then we have the EP elections, where the most significant determinant of these elections is the rise of extreme right from France, Germany. We also mentioned the elections in Austria, from the Netherlands, Sweden, Portugal have a negative trend, which affects the quality of democracy. Adding all that up, so I should have opted only for fear, but I do not think that numbers is the only determinant of democracy. It also contains other qualities and also part of optimism. Democracy has managed to overcome periods of serious crises, from the recent pandemic to the migrant crisis. Part of the countries managed in a democratic way to get out of these crises, and this is what gives me hope. And that's what I said. I mentioned hope, not hope or fear, and that's why I opted for both fear and hope. Thank you. We have mentioned the US elections for in less than 2 weeks. I believe that we are all following them and expecting the results. Ms. Dragicevic, what do you expect from the US elections, and how will the results affect the geopolitical landscape? You have already mentioned in your first response the origins of the fear. And they have been saying in the US that fear is rising, that the 6th January could repeat itself. In March, I was in the US doing an episode of our series, doing as European Digital Media Observatory, related to disinformation. I discussed with 3 people that burst into Congress on the 6th of January 2020. And these interviews coincided with all the analysis. So in the post-truth world, there are people that live in parallel reality. And the problem is that there is no rational political decision making anymore because they really believe that Trump is God. And how do you speak with arguments with people that think that Trump is second coming? Trump's motto is too big to rig. The only possible solution for this democratic option and Kamala Harris is for it to be to have a score to be too big to rig. So 5% or more than Trump. And as opposed to the last election, Trump admits defeat and avoids storming the Capitol. This will not happen, and I think the US faces a lose-lose era internally because in these 4 years, this kind of regeneration was not possible. We have had an incredible situation with Biden's departure and the fact that Trump becomes the oldest candidate for president. And in view of the geopolitical situation, I think that a serious leadership of the US is extremely important for trans-Pacific relations and transatlantic relations, and for that democracy that absolutely must change in view of the challenges. And I'm not an absolute optimist because at the present time, in view of the messages that we hear from both campaigns, I do not see, apart from this big election difference, potentially, a possibility for the things to go peacefully. And in view of the processes that we see in the rest of the world, the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine, and the complexification of the second bloc that we see with this summit in Russia. Thank you, Mr. Jakšić. What are your expectations, bearing in mind who will win? Should we be concerned? What will be the attitude of the US towards Serbia, be it that Trump wins or Harris?
There's an old saying that says when the US sneezes, Europe gets pneumonia. At the time of Donald Trump, that was not sneezing. That was a thorough blow to the American democracy, and that blow is threatening again. So I don't have a crystal ball to anticipate the 5th November results, but this great danger is imminent. There's a danger of the riots that occurred on January 6th in Capitol. Donald Trump still refuses to say whether he will accept the election results if he is defeated. The largest number of his Republicans think that the elections in 2020 were rigged. Trump, to his voters, says to be ready and does not exclude the possibility of repeated riots, which brings about a high degree of fear if Kamala Harris wins. The elections will be narrow, which opens the possibility for Trump to repeat his behavior, just like last time. And in the situation of this highly polarized America, brings real danger of serious conflicts. And these are the conflicts of two completely opposed visions: American democracy and internal politics and cultural development, social events. It reflects also to the world. Whichever administration there is, time will be needed for it to deal with Western Balkans. This region will eventually come on the agenda, of course, as there are huge differences everywhere. They would be seen also in the relationship between America and different crises, namely crisis in Ukraine or crisis in the Middle East. Your question was actually about Serbia, but this would reflect attitudes towards Serbia, naturally. It's not surprising that Serbia is inclined towards Donald Trump because Serbia expects that Trump would provide his support to all authoritarian policies that there are today in Belgrade, that rule today in Belgrade. So the win of Donald Trump would mean encouraging of such politics, strengthening of the Budapest-Belgrade alliances. It would have an impact on institution of democracy, of human rights, to name a few. If Harris was to win, her foundation lies completely different things. She fights against autocracy. She fights for human rights. The doctrine of the President Biden was also marked by the fight of democracy against autocracy. This would reflect upon Serbia also. All the parties that fight for liberal values would be supported if Kamala Harris won. The result of the US elections will certainly have an impact and consequences here. We will see which consequences, of course. Pennsylvania is one of the key states that will decide the elections in the states. Everyone thinks about how the Polish will win, how the Serbs will win. Everyone knows all the Serbs from Pennsylvania and Ohio will vote for Trump.
But we had also very important elections here in Europe, European elections in June. And what do you expect? What kind of implications from this result and now the composition of European Parliament on the Western Balkans? I think this is also important for us to know, besides the US. And as Mr. Jakšić said, even though no matter who wins, we will wait until the US pay attention on Serbia. But here in European Union, we think that they pay attention. But in what way?
I don't think the European elections will make a major difference. The parliamentary elections, we will see more or less a continuity. Some positive twist in terms of enlargement portfolio being taken by Slovenia and not Hungary is important. Or Kaja Kallas at the EAS, also important, sort of more geopolitically positive outlook on the region. I think more important are some of the elections in the member states, because we as a region have had a problem mostly at the EU Council. So there is kind of, Bulgarian elections, what happens in North Macedonia. So some of these elections are actually more important than, but I think the US ones are, for the Balkans, more important. Considering that our problem is security, especially the Kosovo-Serbia dispute, I really fear what it will, last time around when Trump won, in the period between the transition of his victory and the mandate, we immediately saw escalations. If you recall, this train with Serbian flags going to Kosovo, the north immediately heated up. I fear that it will immediately change the calculus in regional leaders. Authoritarian leaders will feel more emboldened to make steps and moves in their favor. I don't think it's quite a coincidence. We had the head of the CIA visit the region and spend 3 days in the region in the time of all these global conflicts. I think mainly because of this fear that this transition period potential, could be used by regional leaders to cause trouble. But I think the worst thing it would do is, you hear even some of the Trump advisors who are telling Europe, you shouldn't worry. Last time around Trump was, nothing major happened in terms of security. And in fact, for the Balkans, Montenegro and North Macedonia joined NATO during a Trump administration. So in some aspects there could be continuity. But they will eliminate any democracy promotion from the narrative, on the region. They will be definitely more transactional in terms of, if you are abiding by any U.S. sort of trade kind of things, you're fine. And but for us, what I think the major worry for people, Democrats in the region, is we used to have these models in the West that you looked up to, that you kind of looked, towards as a future. And if the West's future is kind of being projected, in that direction, I think that really puts everyone in a bit more of a defensive mode, and really, really emboldens authoritarian leaders in the region. Yeah.
Thank you. Jaka, since you've been following European elections very closely, what do you expect from the new European Commission that is officially going to be established now? We have some names, but also I think last week there was a statement by the EU-wide network of civil liberties organizations, and they stated that European audit of democracy standards are too positive and completely ineffective as a tool, as an enforcement tool. How would you comment this?
Thank you. Yes, I think just briefly, I want to refer back to the previous for a second, to the question of fear and hope, because that really helped to clarify this discussion. And thank you for really putting it in that context. I think one of the main problems right now is that fear disables creative thinking among political elites. And as Agon was saying, perhaps the West is no longer a model to be looked up to, but that is partly because there isn't enough creative thinking. And this is the responsibility of political elites to come up with answers to these questions. So just really referring back that technology is not neutral. We should be thinking about ways of engaging technology to harness for democracy. And I think we can see that lack of imagination, that kind of hurtling towards the inevitable among European actors as well. And to some extent, the European Commission, although I think to a lesser extent, mostly among EU member states, where many are saying that the rule of law should or will inevitably be relegated to the background because of all the crises that Europe is facing. Right now, the discussion is really about, obviously, the wars and then, of course, the economic slowdown that is hurting Europe. And many are saying that the EU will be busy just trying to solve these crises, so there isn't much that you can expect from the EU. Unfortunately, there is also, I think, a focus on when it comes to defending democracy on external threats to democracy in the EU. So often in EU speak, when you speak about defending democracy, you're really talking about tackling foreign interference, and you're not talking about the problems of democracy inside the EU, which again goes back to this question of, are these states models for other countries? And that's not the case anymore. And so I think it is all the more important at the same time, and that is what kind of gives me hope. It is all the more important for the EU to try to find ways to unite, because the challenges that it is facing require unity. They cannot be tackled by member states on their own. And right now, rule of law and democracy are important and will, I think, play an even larger role, because the biggest problem to this unity is those governments who are undermining the rule of law. I mean, primarily Hungary, but more and more Slovakia. And then, of course, we'll see what happens with some of the other member states. So these governments undermine the EU's ability to act on issues that really require coordination and unanimity, such as foreign policy, or coordination such as climate change. And with that said, yes, the new commission is just being set up. Many are saying that it is missing in action while so much is happening, and I think that's right. But again, we sort of see that tension between democracy and speed and the things that our current crises require. Democracy is a slow process, and good decisions require more and more time. At the same time, I think there are some signs that are positive, that with the new commission, there is an executive vice president for tech and democracy, and there is a commissioner who is responsible for democracy, rule of law, and justice. So this is one commissioner, unlike the previous European Commission, where it was divided between two portfolios. So there is a chance that rule of law and democracy will play a significant role in the future, but it really depends on political elites. And of course, the other big question is whether that just means tackling questions of rule of law inside the EU, or whether that means for the EU to be able to respond to challenges outside the EU. And then that's another question.
Please let me continue by asking you also regarding, you have written recently how EU financial and legal pressure played a key role in Poland's elections in October, when pro-democratic, pro-EU parties won the elections. Can you elaborate furthermore on that, how it happened?
Yes, I think, but first I want to clarify that it was really the Polish people who defeated the Law and Justice government. It wasn't the EU. At the same time, I think the EU, to some extent, contributed to this defeat because it clarified the stakes, and that was because people have seen the EU clearly applying its rules, meaning suspending a lot of funding. 100 billion euros of funding that would go to Poland otherwise. And this was a clear consequence of actions of the previous government. So when the opposition argued that perhaps Poland is at risk of a poll exit, it could credibly argue because people saw that, yes, the EU was taking action. So I think these two elements, the clear application of rule of law criteria and credibility were very important. And I think perhaps there is a parallel here, but you can correct me if not, with Serbia, where the EU is flip-flopping, and that makes it much harder. But that said, I think the victory was really for the Polish people, and a couple of things contributed to that opposition success. One was high turnout, as I mentioned at the beginning. High turnout was important in this year's elections, and this was due to grassroots mobilization, especially among young people and women. So I would push back a little bit on the argument that young people are not participating. They are. Sometimes they are voting, sometimes they are not, but they are definitely participating in the debate. And then secondly, on the supply side, and that was also important, I think, that parties were working together, but not uniting as a coalition like in Hungary. So they did not have to water down their own programs, which meant that voters had an actual choice. And many were not, perhaps, many did not find PAO's offer that attractive, and then they could vote for other parties that were not the previous governing party. So I think, but perhaps just one last thing I would add is that at the same time, this was a victory for the pro-democracy side, but that is just a first step in restoring democracy in Poland. For those who are following developments right now, they can see how difficult it is to restore the rule of law. I mean, it's been almost a year, And there are some things, some laws that are passed, but they cannot be enacted because Duda, who is an ally of the previous Law and Justice government, is the president. So it's one thing that that a party that supports democracy wins. The other thing is whether it can deliver. And I think if it cannot deliver, as we have seen in some countries, like in Slovakia, the previous party that is perhaps not as friendly as democracy can come back easily.
Thank you very much. Gospodine Jakšiću, za nas, sada nastavimo ovako sa Poljske koja je bila taj pozitivan primjer.
Mr. Jakšić, we will use Polish as a good example, i.e. that the elections are a good platform for positive changes, but we did have other positive examples. For instance, the winning of the opposition in Budapest, in Ankara. So there are some similarities with these two and Serbia. So did they have the same causes, as Jelka said, high turnout, the movements of civil society organizations, the cooperation between the opposition parties, or something else? Well, I'm personally afraid of a lullaby. We need to remind ourselves that crisis in 2008, the financial one, and in 2015, the migrant one that had global effects, pushed the globalists and the far right into the front line of the political front. Poland is a rare example of a country that managed to win Warsaw and then to win the Klero nationalist Kaczynski. But need I not remind you that this year the largest win was actually won by the opposition? So it's a great challenge for the parties, for the opposition parties that need to oppose the far-right wing that is now appearing across Europe. They need to have a more efficient plans and programs than they have foreseen. When I was spectating the EP elections, I was disappointed by everything that happened. They eliminated a French candidate and so on and so on. These are some political currents that do not encourage democratic powers. And then you have this result. It is true, in Hungary, Budapest was lost even in 2019. And the EP elections, the party gave a blow to the Fidesz party, but Orban is still in power and he's fighting very resiliently. He even established the movement Patriots for Europe, which is an extreme far-right formation where Orban finds his place. It turns out that despite the grudge, the EU can hardly find mechanisms to fight Orban, who behaves openly in a pro-Putin manner, even during the war in Ukraine. So challenges are huge. You've mentioned that the same thing happened at local elections in Hungary. Erdogan did not have a serious blow, but he did lose Istanbul, Izmir, Antalya, Ankara, but he's still in power. Here we have often witnessed that winning in the capital automatically leads to the shift in government at the federal level, but this does not have to be so. It only means that political fight that needs to be waged through elections is more serious in comparison to dreaming about automatisms. The examples you gave should be used by us as a sign of a remonstrance and not as something that is automated. It does not have to be so. I would like to seize the opportunity to say that we did have elections, that we will have elections, whether in 2027 or in another year, but this is the perfect opportunity to share the sense of a need. We were telling about the necessity to amend electoral laws. We need this law is the most important one. If we talk about the quality of elections, we must not waste time. We must not realize the electoral conditions 2 months before the elections, today, tomorrow, the day after. We have to start fighting for it. And I'm afraid that I don't see the enthusiasm, I don't see the continuity of this fight, but because this is the fight for democracy. The fight for democracy needs to be waged every day. Nothing is given for free. Thank you very much. But I have to say that this conference has that very aim if we have the time until 2027, if we're not surprised by snap elections. So today we have to start talking about improving the election condition. Ms. Dragicevic, I would like to say that this year we had the elections in the UK and France, especially in France. We had an interesting first and second round of voting. In the first round, we have the right wing that won, if I may say so, and we had a completely different result in the second round. There were some voices that says perhaps this might happen also in Serbia. Perhaps it's an electoral engineering that took place in France. What were your expectations and what kind of expectation do you have here? Yes, I would like to link a few things and I would like to give you a few answers. As Ms. Slapšak said, this story is important globally and locally. I dealt with the young ones. I actually studied the voters in 2024. It's not the question of their willingness, the young wish to participate. They are willing to engage, but the question of political participation in parliamentary democracy in Poland, for instance, the problem, the progressive opposition actually won. They won the radical right wing. In the European Council at the last session that was held last weekend, right to asylum was abolished. In the conclusion of the European Council, it was saluted, and the right to asylum was weaponized. And actually, what you have now is an alliance because Tusk and Orban adopted this regulation. Orban actually was punished because he deprived people of the right for asylum. Tusk is now on the same path. You've mentioned that it is important to act jointly in the time of big global crisis. We do have the report about the common grounds. So we need to actually fight for democracy. We need to talk about secularization. This is what our colleague from Poland said. I always remember the talks here by the end of the 90s that it is a constant fight. The topic of the media freedom is now a pure fact checking. We deal with anti-corruptive bodies. This is crucial because we have the lack of confidence, and this is the basic thing. And now we have France, we have Emmanuel Macron, we have the willingness of people. Vote is were rigged. People voted for Assemblée Nationale, and then they voted for other political options. And finally, we have a prime minister that was not elected. The EPP does not exist anymore. He did something bureaucratically important. And now we have the question of the structure of French society. In the period of the last 4 years, we had huge social problems, decapitation of that small boy that the entire France lamented. I always remember that 10 years ago I talked with the French rapper of the French roots. Zinedine Zidane was recognized in 1998 because he won the championship, but before they always insisted on his Algerian roots. So if we talk about the structure of the society, we need to recognize that the influence on the global geopolitics is, in my opinion, quite questionable. We have to pay close attention to whatever is going on there. If we talk about Germany, we have to acknowledge that there are two anchor states with huge problems. Van der Leyen said the center is holding. What is the center? The center is now right, actually, and I'm not an optimist. I have to reiterate it because actually the far right is announced even more loudly than ever. And actually, there are no people younger than 30, and they are the future of democracy. And then there are no people of other colors. Thank you very much.
You know very well the region in Western Balkans, and mostly in our countries we are facing mostly the same problems, electoral problems. So where there is hope, how to change these things to have a good elections here in Western Balkans?
I think if we're looking for kind of hope in this, or at least some signs of positivity, I think one important election that is up now very soon is Georgia. What happens in Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine is really very, very relevant to what happens to the Western Balkans. Georgia is in a, they are now the frontline states. We are now kind of Europe's inner courtyard, or what they're saying. But Georgia is very important because, and I'll get to the issue of elections later, because while I do think that elections are important, absolutely, in terms of, making sure that they're free and fair, and here in this country especially, Serbia has had maybe the most issues with them. My bigger worry is that, the countries in which people are actually voting and why they're voting the way they're voting. That is an even bigger problem we face. And why am I referencing Georgia? Because one of Putin's main goals is to convince this part of the world that this liberal democracy is not our identity, that we are different, that they are the real Democrats, If you look at this joint paper that the Ministry of, I think the U.S. Embassy of China, Embassy of Russia in D.C. wrote a couple of years back, how their vision of democracy is actually real democracy, whereas ours, or the liberal democracy, is fake. And we are the frontline states in which they are fighting this. And once they try to convince us that this is our identity, then that really, we can vote, we can turn out, but then people will vote for leaders who have a different view of democracy, which is you come to power and then use the whole state to stay in power. So Georgia is really important to at least send us a signal of hope that, even further east, people are still fighting. In Ukraine, they're fighting a war. In Georgia, they're fighting for democracy, to at least give us a sense of to continue this narrative that we still might have this identity of Democrats. I keep coming back to this issue because of what Putin, there's this famous story of what he told Biden when Biden was vice president, and they met one-on-one. And Putin told Biden, you look at me and you see somebody who looks like you, and you think that I think like you, but we don't think like you. So this idea that this is a different kind of Europe, that even Orban, is legitimizing that actually Europe means something else, that it does, I think this is the bigger problem we have. This fear that I have is that we will settle with this idea that we don't have to actually work towards this kind of Western liberal democracy model, but something else. Absolutely, working on elections is really important to make sure that the capture, the space is there for us to operate and to kind of shift this narrative. But here is where I think the EU will play a key role in sending us this message that the door is open, that you actually belong here. And this is now my fear in focus groups. When you talk to young people in Kosovo, somebody told me that they did this focus group, and with 3 or 4 focus groups with young people, and nobody even mentioned about the future. Nobody even mentioned the EU once in all focus groups. This idea that we're kind of settled into this sort of illiberal equilibrium is the fear, and I'll just end with that.
Thank you very much. Isteklo nam je vreme, malo smo čak i...
We have violated the time of the break. I have, of course, many questions, but in order to respect all the guests and participants, and to wrap this up, I would like to see that, there is fear. We are afraid from democracy, but democracy is, constantly fixed and built, just as freedom, and we cannot give up, because what is the alternative? But these are hijacked terms, both freedom and democracy, and are misrepresented. We must be creative, as someone said, not allow that the other side beats us. Thank you very much. We have a coffee break. The next panel will be at noon and 5 minutes, 5 past noon. And I want to remind you, the next panel will start with the keynote speech of Mr. Alexander Cherkasov in Russian, so you will have the translation. Thank you.
su neizvesniji od drugih. U nekima uopšte nema neizvesnosti.
Sometimes we do not have anything weird because we do not have the choice. So how to recognize electoral authoritarianism and how to fight it. We have a great pleasure to hear the speech of Alexander Cherkasov, the fighter for human rights from Russia, the member of the steering committee of the Committee for Human Rights, Nobel Peace Prize winner. You can take the equipment for simultaneous interpretation. Mr. Cherkasov will be speaking in Russian. Mr. Cherkasov, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. My English is recognized like a war crime because I go to speak Russian. This denim shirt in England is named Canadian tail coat. It's a tail coat, like for Nobel Prize. And then, спасибо большое за этот.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. We do not have the translation from Serbia. This is good now. So I will speak slowly, and I will make an effort to speak in a way to be clear. You know that the main technology of the Russian elections is the war. Putin is now transforming the electoral system in Russia in a way that we do not have the election, we do not have a choice, and therefore we do not have organizations that deal with the election. 25 years ago, Putin came to power also through the war. Nikita was a famous clerk who in August 1999 had 2% ratings. Since the beginning of the war, every time by giving brutal statements, he started gathering potential votes. In the second week of the Chechen war, he acquired 7% of votes per week, and soon enough, he became unattainable for everyone who would compete him. Someone may say that the war was especially organized in the different cities in Russia. War was organized differently in different cities. Citizens were dispatched in a way to elect Putin, but I don't know that. In my opinion, this has never been proven. But what you do know, and what I would like to tell you, is also something that you do not know, is that Putin did not start existing in 1999. Processes that brought to the today's Russian situation, that brought to the war in Ukraine, commenced at least 6 years before that, in 1993. The first Chechen war that lasted from 94 to 96 was certainly conceived and initiated as a political and technological operation in order to increase Boris Yeltsin ratings. He was our democratic president at the time. But the thing is that after a small civil war in Russia, and after the October events in 1993, after 170 people were killed in the streets of Moscow before the parliament that was assaulted by tanks. In Russia, we had elections. More precisely, we had elections for the upper and lower houses and the referendum for the constitution. It was planned and envisaged that the Russians would choose the good parliament and not the bad one that was burnt in the fire, but result did not reflect the expectation. In the new Russian parliament in 1993, the majority was won by the communists and by national patriots, opponents to Boris Yeltsin and not his allies, and not his marionettes. This was quite an unexpected result. The result that caused the movement in the heads of the political technologists of the time. They were not called that at the time back then, but they decided that it was necessary to gather the electorate, that it was necessary to undertake measures in order to bring back the sympathies of the Russian voters so that they continue to incline towards the power, towards the regime. How could they do that? On December 12th, the elections were held, and a few days later, the plan was initiated aiming at Chechnya, which was independent at the time. The foundation was the pressure by force, the coercion by force. On December 11th, 1994, this turned into a war operation in Chechnya. Unfortunately, brought to the following acts of the transformation of the Russian country. After the instrument of the democratic win in Moscow was not the will of citizens, but was actually a reflection of the army of tanks that entered the city, which was actually the main support of the Russian president. You all know that the special agencies were actually the main support for the Russian president. So in the war that lasted between 94 and 96, these forces acquired experiences and also inherited it from the previous generation that used to wage war in Afghanistan. What did they do? They killed, they destroyed villages, they ravaged. And then this practical experience was transferred to the next generation during the second war in Chechnya. This series of practical violence was transmitted from one from one type of people in uniforms to another through different channels. Both the police and the army waged war in Chechnya. What we can see now in Ukraine is the direct continuation of this chain of wars, of crimes, and of impunity for crimes. What is less known is that after the defeat in 1993, the propaganda vector in media was changed. I speak about the media loyal to the state. Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin and his colleagues used to build that network, TV, the propaganda, turned to the old story about the most important one. They talked about a wonderful Soviet Union. It was a tactical decision. It was an attempt to speak to voters whose votes were indispensable during the presidential election. But this turning point, this first war in Chechnya, this type of new propaganda prepared Russia for the year 1999 when it elected Putin. And I will come to my main point now. Why did they do so? Why did they decide in 1993 to vote for communists and national patriots? These were the results of the regional elections, but was there an independent monitoring of these elections? No. All the election materials were destroyed in the following weeks. Mathematics is a really good science. Statistics allowed us to analyze the election results. In the book issued in 1995, the democracy was limited by forgery. Sukhovansky, who was not the Moscow mayor at the time, showed that in the election in 1993, there were mass forgeries. A huge number of votes were thrown away. How come it was possible? As I have told you, there were 3 different types of elections: referendum, the elections for the state Duma, members of parliament, and there were no forgery.
Parliament.
And at the same time, there were no elections for the upper chamber of parliament, where they tried to choose the heads of the regions out of 89 regions in 59 regions of Russia. The presidents and the executives of the regions were elected in the regional government. And on these elections, the votes were thrown away en masse.
Одинаково.
The total number of votes should have been equal, both for the elections for the parliament and the referendum, and the elections for the upper chamber. So, in the 2 boxes, ballots should have been placed, the same number of ballots, and they placed the ballots for who? The regional leaders, simple people. Not only that they supported democracy, these were typically previous apparatchiks, and therefore they placed casted votes for some neutral but opposition contenders, communists and liberal Democrats. Why wasn't that discovered back in 1993? Because in regions there was no systemic observance of elections and systemic control. Having been the case, observers, these results of the elections would have been brought into question. And maybe the elections would be questioned as a whole. The elections were turned towards the traditional voters, and maybe there would not have been the First Chechen War, and I would not speak here before you. Everything could have been different had the situation been in Russia in 1993 in December. Had there been a systemic control of the elections and observers? This could have happened. It's a very important moment. The modern generation did not consider the opposition in the form that I was speaking. I'm speaking for the first time like this. I would like to present you something new, but our tragic experience, not only for Russia, but for Georgia, for Ukraine, because after all, we brought war to these countries, and our tragic experiences will be useful for who? For somebody. Every experience is useful, so this is the main thing I wanted to tell you in a nutshell. Of course, the Russian experience would not be only that. I could speak about the freest elections on the territory of Russia in the last 30 years. These were elections in Chechnya in 1907. So freedom for elections didn't exist anywhere. My colleague said there was some
Кандидатов, бывшего спикера российского парламента Руслана Хасбулатова.
Sorry, we have a technical glitch. I can remember also elections. They did not stabilize the situation. These were elections that provoked conflict, but this is another thing. This is a different story. This is the Russian experience, if we recall, can be very interesting.
Даже в России.
Nobody remembers that, not even Russia. But perhaps several people remember this, but now you know it. Thank you very much. I hope that I didn't get out of my time that is imparted to me.
Hvala, gospodine Cherkasov. Sada molim
Thank you very much, Mr. Cherkasov. Now I would like to invite the participant to the second panel to take place on the stage.
So, thank you very much. My name is Tamara Brankovic from CRTA, and I have a wonderful pleasure to introduce you a wonderful panel of people who are working very diligently and very passionately as practitioners, as civil society activists, as experts, but also as academics, and of course within the institutions that are supporting the democracy development in Europe, but also around the world. And basically, the panel so the topic that we're going to discuss today is how to recognize electoral authoritarianism. The panel was inspired, as colleagues said at the beginning, by this wonderful sentence of the professor Andreas Schädler, who was one of the inspirations for the event, where in democracies, parties lose elections. In authoritarian or electoral authoritarianism, opposition parties are those who lose elections. And basically, in the previous panel, we had seen how the environment right now looks like, what are the fears and the hopes for the future. And what we would like to discuss here today is actually about the mechanics and tools of how elections are not only to be considered as tool for democratic consolidation, which is something which we all learned in schools, but also how they can be used in an opposite direction for consolidation of electoral authoritarianism, and how actually elections can be used against the democracy as such. So with me today are Zofia Banuta. She's a civil society activist and one of the co-founder of Unhack Democracy from Hungary. Welcome, Sofia. Then Michael Angeloni from Protect Democracy from the United States. Masaki Higashijima, professor of political science from the University of Tokyo, right now based in Seattle. And Francesco Ronci from the Directorate of Democracy Support of the European Parliament, and also a visiting professor at the Columbia University. So where I would like to start this discussion is actually from Sofia, to talk more, or actually to bring us into Hungarian roadmap when it comes to this democracy decline we are seeing and hearing a lot about. And what I would like to ask you is actually to bring us back in time and to tell us what would you single out as a turning point for Hungarian democracy when you notice that things are starting to go bad in the wrong direction.
First of all, thank you very much for the invite. I always love to come to Belgrade. We heard about Russia just a moment ago. Hungary is not Russia yet. However, Hungary is a mafia state, and the government has been operating as a very creative criminal organization since the moment they came into power in 2010. They were propelled into power after the 2008 financial crisis with a 2/3 majority, and they wasted no time. They were fast, innovative, entrepreneurial, and creative, and they orchestrated a coup. It was a constitutional coup. They changed the constitution without any consultation and without even mentioning the word constitution during their campaign. Single-handedly. They went after the electoral system on December 23rd, 2011, just one day before the elections. They handed in the biggest reform overhaul of the electoral system, which meant we turned from a two-round system to one-round system. They introduced extreme gerrymandering, winner compensation. They gave voting rights to ethnic minorities here in Serbia, Hungarians in Serbia, Ukraine, Romania, and they basically rigged the electoral system. It's a fraudulent system. And the third pillar, I would say, is the new media law, which they orchestrated in 2010 already. And the body, the central body that oversaw the entire media landscape, from mergers and acquisitions in the media to giving out licenses, radio frequencies, and so on. So they cemented their power in this way. And again, they are a very sophisticated machinery, and they were fast, and they haven't slowed down since 2010, I would say. I can tell you when the turning point was in my life. It was in 2018 when 100,000 people marched on the streets of Budapest to demand a recount, because it was the dirtiest election since the fall of communism. And guess what happened after 100,000 people marched on the streets? Absolutely nothing. It was the dirtiest election because there was a lot of vote buying, a lot of irregularities. There were 2 Supreme Court rulings on organized frauds, busing people in from Ukraine to vote and vote buying. In addition to the extreme gerrymandering and the fraudulent system, we concluded with our investigation that they also had to use on-the-day fraud to secure the supermajority with 1 seat.
Yes.
And essentially, this was my calling.
Thank you so much for going back in time. It's difficult actually to talk about all these things. We will get back to Masaki in this conversation about when strategies change and when tactics and for which purposes leaders are choosing one strategy or the other. But I would like first to go to Michael and basically looking into this Hungarian roadmap. Your organization, Protect Democracy in the US, you deal with the elections. But you also have a wonderful project on authoritarian playbook. And the first sentence of the authoritarian playbook is, authoritarian takeovers rarely happen overnight. So could you elaborate for this audience here a little bit more on that, like how it actually happens, and how do you see this roadmap of, like what is the first victim, what the second, what the third, and so on of the authoritarian takeover?
Yes, well, thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be on the panel here today, speaking with all of you. Just to give a brief overview of my organization, Protect Democracy. We are a nonpartisan, cross-ideological nonprofit with the explicit goal of preventing further democratic decline and authoritarianism in the United States. Just to give a brief background, our 2 founders, who previously served in the White House Counsel Office, were both a bit alarmed at the end of 2016 and early 2017, and were thinking to themselves, why is no one ringing any alarm bells about what we're hearing and seeing in the US? With that question in mind, they turned to experts, scholars, lawyers, who all pretty much replied in unison, thank goodness that you're asking that question now. And together they formed the basis of what is now Protect Democracy. And our work is informed a lot about what we've seen overseas and internationally throughout the entire global democratic recession. To go back to your first question that you posed, one of the products that we've released recently is called the Authoritarian Playbook. And part of the impetus for that research was the idea, which I think is the goal of this conference and this panel in particular, which is that today's autocrats do not typically assume power through military coup or brute force. It's through legalistic means. And what we determined was that most autocrats contemporarily, that is, establish and entrench themselves through legal procedures, including elections. And through the use of these different salami tactics, so-called, to slice away at democracy, sliver by sliver, until they are fully entrenched. And so we've laid out 7 key tactics that are common across contemporary authoritarian regimes. Those include the politicization of independent institutions, the aggrandizement of executive power, the spread of disinformation, the quash of any type of dissent, the targeting of vulnerable or marginalized communities, and then the final 2 steps that are common across all authoritarian regimes are the corruption of elections and the stoking of violence. And those two final pieces are what we've seen in the United States following the 2020 presidential election, where we had local, state, and members of the executive branch working in coordination to spread disinformation and corrupt the electoral process. Luckily, their goals did not play out in 2020. But that has been what we've been working toward ever since. And so that's the impetus of the project. And as we saw in 2020, the corruption of the elections by these figures led to violence on January 6th. So all of these pieces are intertwined and create the authoritarian playbook that we see today.
Thank you so much. And could you just maybe tell me if any of those dimensions has bigger weight compared to the others? So is there some specific order how, like authoritarian sect and, is there something that they would pick first, or it's not, it doesn't matter?
I mean, they all work together in tandem, and it's almost like a snowball effect. So one happens, and then the rest occur and get bigger and bigger and more dangerous. But if I had to say, I would say that the politicization of independent institutions is typically an early step that we see, and one of the most lethal for democracy.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to move the discussion to Masaki. In your book, The Dictator's Dilemma at the Ballot Box, Electoral Manipulation, Economic Maneuvering, and Political Order in Autocracies, you talk about 9 out of 10 autocracies nowadays, so in contemporary times, are having elections. And that autocracies or regimes with authoritarian tendencies increasingly tend to hold the elections with bigger participation of the opposition than that would be the case in history. So could you elaborate more on that, and why is this so? Why elections are now used as a tool?
For the question and for the kind invitation. So the underlying factor is a big change in the international system. So the end of the Cold War. So electoral autocracies rapidly increased soon after the demise of the Soviet Union. And so those new types of autocrats sought foreign aid and other forms of international assistance, primarily from Western countries. And the new international system incentivized them to hold multi-party elections to behave themselves like democrats. But in this sense, they seek to international legitimacy by holding multi-party elections. But however, more importantly, while holding elections, electoral autocrats began to learn that they can reap some benefits by holding multi-party elections. So in autocratic regimes, rulers always suffer the lack of information about what citizens think about rulers and how strong dictators are. So in order to gather such information, the research shows that the dictators try to use those elections. And the elections have broadly 3 roles, according to some the established research. So the first, by winning elections overwhelmingly with high scores like 80%, 90% of vote shares, dictators can demonstrate that they are very strong and powerful enough to gather public support from citizens. And this prevents potential opponents from rebelling up against the dictator. And the second the function is that information gathering function. So by holding elections, dictators can gather some information from the election results about the distribution of support for ruling elites and also opposition parties. So, in dictatorships, media and other, information channels are really not well developed. So the dictators try to complement those information channels with elections. And the third function is divide and conquer function. So by holding elections, opposition parties need to think about whether, they should participate in elections, or after election results come about, they have to decide whether to protest against the government. And at each phase of decisions, opposition parties have some opportunity to be divided by the government. So those three. So I would say that there are three those benefits for autocrats to hold multi-party elections. So there is a domestic benefits as well as international benefits for autocrats.
Thank you so much. We will actually go back to the strategies which authoritarians apply, and I would like just to quickly go to Francesco. And I mean, you work with democracy support programs. And speaking of all these things, the question is how busy you are these days, and to what extent authoritarian tendencies maybe, I don't know, make your life harder, or maybe, like make your efforts less visible. So, like, what do you do?
So thank you very much. So my life is very hard, but I'm very happy to be here with you. So you're softening my life, and my presence here wants to be a testament to the great job done by CRTA to support democracy in Serbia and in Europe, because there are theoretical discussions and then there is the practice. And you are the people, you are the one who are really embodying democracy support in Europe. Let me start with the clarification. I heard in the previous panels some references to hybrid regimes. And I know that in the case of Hungary, for example, it's quite popular to label that country as an illiberal democracy. And we also hear in the academic discussions a lot of references to competitive authoritarianism and other ideas of hybrid regimes. Make no mistake, there is no hybrid regime. There is either democracy or authoritarianism. Because these two political regimes, they stem from two principles that are incompatible: freedom and oppression. Mm-hmm. And there can't be any compromise between freedom and oppression. And when people use these terms, this idea of hybrid regimes, basically the goal is to soften an authoritarian regime. And And how do we recognize what is the difference between an autocratic and a democratic regime? Well, it's the protection of basic civil and political rights, the rights that enable citizens' participation in the civil and political life, rights of participating in free and fair elections, for example, rights to have free and independent media. So this is the litmus test to understand what a democratic or an authoritarian regime is. And then I think it's also important, and I like very much what the previous speakers have said. I think it's important to understand that the technique have changed. And one very important technique to establish authoritarianism today is executive aggrandizement. The idea that through presidentialization of power, through concentration of power in the hands of the executive, you can break checks and balances in the political system. And the targets of this executive aggrandizement are always the same: the judiciary, media, and last but not least, parliaments. You can, wherever you are in the world, you can see that the first target when they try to establish an authoritarian regime is parliament. In Myanmar, they shut down parliament when they made the coup. In other countries, there is a process of marginalization of parliaments, but the objective, the target is always the same: parliament. Parliament as a symbol, as a forum of pluralism and diversity.
Thank you so much, and definitely, I mean, we understand what you're saying, we are seeing what you're saying, and from many assessments, including, I mean, now talking about Serbia, that actually things have started to go bad for democracy in the time when power started to centralize in the hands of the executive and then centralized even further. But on the other hand, like what Michael also mentioned, this politicization of institutions can be, like singled out as this ground zero, let's put it like that. And we will go back to the roles of the parliament and what can we do. So thank you very much for bringing that into today's discussion and the discussion we will have over the next 3 days. But I would like to introduce you to something which Sophia told me when we were getting ready for the panel. And then you have this wonderful and very interesting idea of psychological effects of electoral authoritarianism or authoritarian leaders. And you also spoke about, on the other hand, the crisis of imagination. So maybe it would be good to share the discussion with the audience.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, they stole our countries, or in case they stole my country, Hungary, but they shouldn't, and they cannot steal our imagination. The fact is that I think in Hungary, after the 2022 elections, the fourth consecutive supermajority, a new era began, and that's an era of depression, which obviously started a little bit before, but there is this helplessness, hopelessness, and the media brainwashing and fear mongering has done a really effective job, unfortunately. And the media is being used as a weapon to discredit, to make you fearful, to wage smear campaigns against journalists, civil society leaders, and opposition leaders. So it's a well-oiled machine. I mean, imagine 80% of the media is controlled by them. However, which is why we started at Unhack Democracy with Hope-Based Communications, our new initiative called Rewire Your Mind, Rewire Your Country. It's a hope-based mindset shift incubator for civil society leaders from Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, and Ukraine to create a new vision and exercise our hope muscle so we can be more creative and more risk takers to create a new vision from the ground up.
Yes. So basically, the intention of the leaders who reach towards authoritarian mechanisms is actually to deny access to any kind of hope and mobilization, basically. Where on the other hand, we would definitely need to talk about, like how civil society organizes, how we, and when actually we all together start working for the next sustainable change that should happen in elections. Michael, we heard the previous panel, a lot of talks about the US and elections in the US. And we listened about the dangers when incumbent president claims or actually denies the results as it happened in the US. But the fact is, when we spoke, you said election fraud is considered officially rare in the US. But we also saw that when it happens, institutions are there to respond. So maybe it is isolated, but then institutions respond. And I would just like to remind or to tell the audience that an election clerk in the US was sentenced to 9 years in prison over voter interference. That happened a month ago or something like that when this news broke. However, what I would like to talk to you is what is the extent to which those who cry election fraud, to what extent these groups that are getting increasingly vocal in the US are actually making the damage to impartial, independent election observation and to the findings and evidence which election observers based on, like international and scientific methodologies basically discover. Can that manipulate also those findings?
Yeah. So I'll just start off by saying what you mentioned in the premise of your question, which is that recent history shows us that U.S. elections are very secure. And to your point about the case of the clerk who was recently convicted. She was convicted for allowing an unauthorized individual into a voting machine area following the 2020 election because she was one of the officials who was following the claims of voter fraud that were in itself disinformation and fraudulent. And so I think that with that in mind, that voter fraud in the U.S. is exceedingly rare, the issue then becomes, like you said, who are those that manipulate fears of fraud for their own benefit? So to answer those questions, we've established a framework to identify these election subversion tactics which have taken hold in the U.S. In the U.S., those who seek to manipulate our elections, they deceive the public with these narratives of fraud that they then use to disrupt our election administration process, and those two snowball into an effect that then creates an opportunity for them to deny the election certification process. So those three steps, deceive, disrupt, and deny, are at the heart of the election subversion issue in the US. And it is like an issue of the boy who cries wolf, because the false narratives will inherently create fear and then also mitigate any potential real instances of fraud or foreign interference in our elections. But those three areas are the key to subversion in the U.S. context.
Thank you. We will come back in the end actually to talk about what should be done. But I have an urge actually to ask you, in your opinion, from your work, your experience as Protect Democracy, what you're doing actually and if you're doing anything in combating that kind of manipulation.
Well, right now we've released this framework, and the goal is to inform journalists and the press of how to cover these tactics. Because we see it every day, every hour, there's someone claiming that the election is going to be rigged or there's going to be fraud, and these are false, debunked claims. So our first goal is to provide journalists with the tools they need to address these claims head on, and to provide a framework that allows them to do so. That's the first step that we're taking right now as we gear up in 2 weeks for the big day.
Yes, and thank you so much for your time to be here with us ahead of this busy time. So Masaki, the question which actually was posed at the very beginning, but let's talk about it now. Basically, the question is, when do leaders decide to change tactics and maybe to go through from using one manipulative techniques, such as you were mentioning economic policies that are used, and we will talk about that at this conference about the clientelism and similar methods used to control the voters. But when this switch happens from reaching towards this manipulations, power centralization, media power and capture to actual mechanisms of election fraud, when you actually steal the elections. So when the change of technique happens.
So what methods autocrats are more likely to use over others, maybe, could be explained by many factors. But based upon my field research in Central Asia and also cross-national analysis of the data on autocratic elections, I suggest that it's very important to start from a dilemma that dictators face when designing elections. So as I said earlier, dictators face an information shortage problem, and the elections mitigate such problem. But if dictators, blatantly manipulate elections, then the, information benefits that they can receive maybe, disappear. So it means that dictators need to take balance between credibility of election results and certainty of winning big. So if they hold relatively, less free and fair elections, relatively free and fair elections, then they can reap the benefit of information. Like they can, credibly demonstrate their power, and also they can gather information from below. So dictators face dilemma. And I think there are three methods dictators can mitigate this problem. So the first method is gearing toward economic distribution strategy. So if particularly if they have rich financial resources and strong party organizations which enable them to streamline such economic distribution, then they can distribute goodies to citizens to boost public support. So they do not need to manipulate elections through blatant electoral fraud, like ballot stuffing or election violence or other blatant ways of electoral manipulation. So this means that to what extent power resources dictators have would be very important to predict what kind of methods they use. And second point is that if they have sophisticated methods of disinformation and propaganda to directly affect popular preferences on voting, then they may not need to use blatant forms of electoral manipulation. So as Michael said, the many different kinds of autocrats use disinformation and propaganda, but to what extent they can deploy such strategies in sophisticated ways, it may affect to what extent they have to rely on blatant electoral fraud. And the third toolkit that dictators can use is the manipulation of electoral systems, as Sophia said, so like a gerrymandering and so on. So in electoral autocracies where the ruling party is only big party, so single-member district system is an electoral system where only ruling party can gain seat bias. Which is different from democratic countries where if you have two, big parties, then the SMD systems provide big seat premium to big parties, regardless of ruling parties or opposition parties. But in electoral authoritarian regimes, ruling parties are only big parties. So SMD systems, significantly bias in favor of ruling parties. So if they do not have, strong financial resources or party organizations, then they tend to stick to SMD systems. But if they have rich financial resources to distribute, then they do not need to use, seat premium from SMD systems. So my research found that they tend to shift their electoral systems from SMD to PR. So this is the third strategy, the manipulation of electoral systems. So I think, dictators try to take balance between those totally different electoral manipulation techniques to stay in power.
Yeah, as long as they are the biggest or the most, they have the most prospects to stay in power, unless there is a challenger on the other side. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Francesco, let's talk about parliaments once again. And basically, can you maybe delve into more details on how the democracy support program of the European Parliament is addressing the issues that we are talking right now? And of course, if you can tell which countries are right now getting the most attention, or every country is close to your heart.
So, the European Parliament has put in place several tools to support democracy. Electoral observation, and I think it's also thanks to these efforts, the efforts of institutions like the European Parliament, but also civil society organizations such as CRTA, if forms of blatant violations, of blatant manipulation of elections cannot take place any longer, and that's what you were referring to. We also put in place some programs to cope with toxic polarization in the political systems, dialogue and mediation. We work with civil rights, with the human rights activists, and we try to support them directly. And we also help parliaments to develop capacities, because, as I said, functioning parliaments are really the best indicator to understand the state of democracy. And we do that. Of course, we have a global ambition, but we do that in particular in pre-accession countries, in countries that would like to join the European Union. But let me answer a question, not just about the how and where we do that, but also why.
Yes.
Because no one has asked the European Parliament, has forced to oblige the European Parliament to do democracy support. And the European Parliament is the only parliamentary institution in the world to do democracy support with such an extent. Well, I think that the European Union is a different political animal compared to nation states. Nation states, like Serbia, I'm Italian, like Italy, they have their legitimation from the fact that they have a nation. There is a nation, the Italian nation, that has been established historically, and then the state, and the state then developed, morphed into a democracy. The European Union was born not as a nation, but as a community of law, as a community based on three principles: democracy, the rule of law, and human rights protection. So supporting democracy for the European Union and supporting democracy within the European Union, but also in the country that would like to join the European Union, is really an existential task for our organization. If there is no democracy, if there is no rule of law, there is no European Union. And that's why it's so important for the European institutions and for the European Parliament in particular to be active and assertive on these issues.
And thank you very much. I mean, the mission which you have and delegations which you take, I mean, here talking from Serbian experience, were extremely, extremely important for us domestic actors. I mean, together with ODIHR, OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly, and all the others, we see European Parliament's role as crucial. We have 15 minutes left, but I think it's maybe the time to ask the audience if there are some questions for our panelists. This is the Q&A time. So please. No questions? Okay, I have some spare, I mean, actually not spare, but something that I actually wanted to talk and maybe to conclude the panel while you think about your questions. So I would like each of you to 2 to 3 minutes basically reflect, especially Zofia, but also Michael, Masaki, and Francesco, on what should be done by whom and when, something which Francesco actually gave a little bit in his address. I mean, the thing for us is if we should focus on electoral conduct, which, like in all of these countries, with all of these features of democracies or authoritarianism, ODIHR is assessing as well-administered elections. So we have ODIHR colleagues in the audience. Happy to talk about it. But like well-administration of elections, we see is not enough. But it's not even a half of enough. How do we tackle basically this broader range of institutional, legislative, and information manipulation? And how do we make the change that how do we fix the elections so they bring change again, and how that change can be sustainable in a sense, like not to go back where we were in the past. So whoever would like to start, I don't know, Zofia, maybe you. We also talk about this, like the day after those perfect elections.
The day after, don't expect a liberal democracy the day after. This is a very difficult question, Tamara. Thank you for passing it on to me. I always believe that the answer is grassroots, and we need to enable civil society to do what it does best, to talk to people, to reach people on the ground, to involve people, to educate people, because only lasting change can only come from the bottom up. Unfortunately, when you're in the EU, I don't know if what happens when you're outside the EU, but when you are inside the EU, the funding model is completely broken to enable these kind of initiatives. I've heard about venture philanthropy in the United States, which I would love to bring over to Europe. because we need to instill this startup mentality, long-term investment instead of project horizon, and instill trust in people who are leaders on the ground who will make things happen.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, a bit of a difficult question, but I'll answer by just going through a brief overview of some of the steps that we've taken as an organization. So, as I mentioned at the start, our organization is focused on protecting elections, but also reestablishing the rule of law, countering disinformation, and improving our democracy for the long term. So, in the short and medium term, we've taken steps legislatively to improve some vulnerabilities that existed following the 2020 election. We had an archaic law called the Electoral Count Act that was very vague in how our electors were selected and how they were certified, and the role of the vice president in certifying the election, which became an issue on January 6th. And so our team worked with partners to create the Electoral Count Reform Act, which was passed in 2022, which clarifies some of those challenges and issues and will hopefully allow for a smoother transition following this upcoming election. On the countering disinformation front, we've partnered with law firms and represented those who have been defamed as a result of disinformation. So, for instance, we represented 2 Georgia poll workers who faced threats and defamation from election deniers following the 2020 election, and they were able to receive a settlement from those who were defaming them. So our intent is for such cases to prevent that type of behavior going forward as sort of a deterrent to that kind of behavior. And then long term, we're always researching and thinking of ways to enhance U.S. democracy for the future, whether that's instilling a new electoral system or different type of measures that can restore some trust and faith in our democracy. That's also an area that we're looking at on the horizon.
Thank you for sharing. Looking forward.
Yeah. Yes.
Masaki, I mean, you have an experience also from a lot of experience from Central Asia, where your book actually, you got inspiration and research data for your book. So, like, how can you comment from that? From the position of like Central Asia, now being here in the Balkans, seeing what's happening around the world, so many similarities, so many different narratives about these different countries. But yeah, I mean, how do you look ahead?
Yeah, so it's of course a complex question, but I would say that it may be important to extend international assistance beyond non-electoral periods as well as electoral periods to further advance democratization. It's quite very difficult in this era of democratic backsliding, but now the dictators know that their elections are closely monitored during electoral periods. So their election manipulation techniques are getting more sophisticated. Not only using blatant electoral fraud, they can have a wide variety of electoral manipulation repertories, like changing electoral system electoral system reform, disinformation and propaganda, and also other electoral law regulation to produce electoral results in favor of them. And those subtle electoral manipulation techniques are almost all produced in non-electoral periods. So they try to manipulate electoral law in non-electoral periods, and also they can produce some advanced techniques of disinformation and propaganda, mostly in non-electoral periods to prepare for elections. So they invest a lot in non-electoral periods, but international assistance has been, focusing more on electoral periods to make elections free and fair. So it's quite difficult, because we have very, severe budget constraints. But it may make sense to just go beyond the electoral periods so that you can we may be able to advance democratization further.
Yes, and I mean, thank you so much for the remarks because when we assess these flaws in democracy, we call them flaws in democracy, but maybe we should actually start thinking more and more about changing the narrative, and it's actually about it's not only a flaw in democracy, it's actually moving to the other pole, like to the other side where like you have full dictatorship with full repression of human rights and so on and so forth. So definitely maybe this can actually be used as a sort of a roadmap to start talking more openly about like what's actually happening and not putting into those nice forms and nice words. Francesco?
Yes, I agree. Three things. I agree with you with what you were saying. First is clarity.
Yes.
If there's an authoritarian regime, you need to call it authoritarian. If there is corruption, you need to call it corruption. If there is media manipulation, you need to call it media manipulation. This is the starting point. It's a form of intellectual honesty, and I think that's where we have to start from. Second, I think we need to be bolder. We need to be bolder on that. And we don't have to be on the defensive. It's time of change. And I don't believe in relativism. I don't believe in the idea that there are some political regimes that are prone to democracy and other societies that are not. No one should go back to Yalta, where there were some parts of Europe or some parts of the world that were considered as autocratic by definition or under the influence of a power, and we shouldn't care. You can call it democracy, you can give it another name, but I believe that the principle of individual dignity, of individual autonomy and agency is universal, and you see it in Iran, you see it in Afghanistan. Third point, and this is something about us, about the European Union, we need to do our homework, in the sense that democracies have a competitive advantage with authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is rigid, and that's why they collapse basically in one day. Democracies are flexible, but in order to be flexible, we need to be creative. And it's clear that there are many things that are not working well in democratic regimes. In particular, many people, they feel that they're not heard, that they're not listened to from their institutions. And so we need to innovate. We need to experiment new ways of participating. As European Parliament, for example, we have been the first institution to try to experiment new forms of deliberative and participatory democracy in the Balkans. For example, we did a citizens' assembly against corruption in Montenegro, bringing together citizens randomly selected and opening the doors of the parliament of that country to this form of mobilization. Yes. So clarity, assertiveness, and creativity.
Perfect. Thank you so much. This is a perfect conclusion. And I would go back once again to the public to ask if there are any questions for the panel. As we are reaching or the time is about to expire, we are very timely. I would like to ask participants, or actually to inform you that the lunch is going to be served in 3 minutes.
Good.
The room is just next door, so you just like exit this one and enter the one which is next door. So the lunch is going to be served there. There's going to be plenty of time for lunch, so until 3 p.m. 3 p.m. we meet here, and we have 2 more panels by the end of this working day. Thank you so much. Thank you the panel. Bravo.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, krenuli smo. Dobar dan, ja se zovem...
We're back. My name is Maja Sever. I'm a journalist from Croatia, but otherwise I am the president of the Journalists Union of Croatia and the president of the European Journalists Federation. It is a great pleasure and honor to be moderating this panel together with my colleagues that I cooperate with a lot. I also cooperate with representatives of associations and unions of Serbia, where we'll be speaking a bit of Croatian, a bit of Serbian, a bit of English. We will ask Mustafa, though, not to speak Turkish, but I think that this is the method of accelerating this panel. The food was great. I hope you ate well. But in order not to fall asleep, I will ask you to listen to our exchanges and to think about important questions. We want to hear your voices and we want this to be a proper dialogue. I would like to present our panelists. I will be mixing English and Croatian. I hope that my English will wake you up and shake you up. So first of all, I would like to introduce our guests. So my presentation is in English, but Marco is a friend of ours. We cooperate on various projects. Then we have Philip. I don't know if I pronounced well.
Lakmus. Anna Martinoli, media theorist and professor, Faculty of Dramatic Arts, University Belgrade. Welcome. And my dear friends and my vice in European Federation of Journalists, Mustafa Kuleli, who knows everything about Turkish politicians, media, elections, and I'm so glad that you are here with us. You know, this title of our panel is a well-informed voter becoming a mythical, being in a time of the global information crisis, where technological challenges are often cited as a critical factor in the spread of disinformation. We aim a deepen discussion around political responsibility and the role of media in this process, especially in the content of elections. Tako zapravo duboko umno, a stvari su...
This is actually profound and philosophical, but things are very simple. Do the people who go to polls know what is actually happening? I come from a country, I won't be long, but I come from a country where last week we had a huge debate because in Zagreb we have two hills. One is the president and the other is prime minister. And they keep fighting just like high school boys. A lot of you from Serbia know the grounds of our political environment. Last week, one said about the other that he was paid with the Russian money and that his campaign was paid by the Russian money. And that the second one asked the first one the question about secret services. Is that true? But it's not even amusement for folk. It is what our today's panel is, the question of disinformation and the question for those who are in the positions of power in Croatia, even those who are engaged in the political campaign. I would like to start with the question for Jafi, who comes from the region and from a country that resembles to ours.
Project ahead of this year EU and local elections in Hungary, where you monitored the paid political ads on Facebook that spread disinformation, and it was a big success among readers too. How does disinformation affect trust in the media and institution in democratic society? Is there a point where the impact became irreversible? And has this information caused permanent damage in democracy in your country?
Thank you for these questions and also for having me here. Yes, I come from an organization, a fact-checking organization called Lakmus, and we do fact checks, analysis, investigations related to fake news and disinformation. And as you said, ahead of this year elections, we had EU and local elections at the same time. We had a special project. We monitored the political paid ads on Facebook, and we not just wrote fact checks about it, but we also tried to dig deeper. We tried to make some investigations on the people, on the groups who spread the disinformation. And we also counted the money they spent on these ads. And I think these components made this project really powerful. Because in Hungary, if we talk about disinformation, we have to talk about the big division of the media, but we also have to talk about social media. And for example, some years ago, a really big group of influencers appeared. And they are pro-government. Their name is Megaphone. And ahead of these elections, we saw that they were really active, and they spread the same message and the same misleading claims and fake news as it was spread in the public media, in the pro-government media, or by the politicians.
Can I ask, you know, as I told you already, I am journalist, and so I have this like you said that they are influencers, and as I understand, they are supported by government because for spreading the pro-government. But how they do they have some profiles, or how they work, how they act?
So in this big group, there are maybe 10, 12 main talking heads. And they are different characters. For example, there's an older guy in a suit, always talking in a really modest way about more serious stuff or cultural stuff, trying to target those people who are interested in this character. And there's these really hip young guys talking in a slang. So they build up these characters and they spread the same message, but in another style. Sometimes they have YouTube channels. Sometimes it's working more on TikTok, targeting the younger audience. They have Insta profiles, Facebook. In Hungary, the most influential social media site is still Facebook. So they all have Facebook pages, but they have different channels in different styles. And when a message appears, you can follow that all of the characters spread the message, but in a different way.
Same message.
And this way, it's really effective. Yeah. And ahead of this election, we saw that they were really active. We work with a think tank, and they do research. I brought some numbers. This research showed that within 6 months, the governing party Fidesz, this influencer group, and Gongo, which is close to the government as well, they spent more than 5 million euros on Facebook. 5 million euros on Facebook for these political ads ahead of the elections. And what we did, we checked around in our organization, we around 7-8 people doing this work. We checked more than 500 ads, and all of them contained some misleading claims or fake news. And we wrote fact checks about it, but we also counted the money which was spent on these ads, which was purely disinformation, and it was around 500,000 euros just going to disinformation.
Thank you for now. Marko, kako se možemo boriti uopće protiv dezinformacije?
How can we fight against misinformation? How can we fight against the impact of fake news on the voters? Loads of money have been spent in only 6 months, not on political campaigns. For instance, in our TV station, we can see the president who talks for 2 hours about how people should think. But here we talk about a very developed campaign, very well paid online. So how can we impact the voters if we can witness something like this?
Pozdrav sa moje strane, možda ću među vremenu da pređem na engleski, jer ponekad kad se radi o nekim stručnim terminima, hvala,
Okay.
yes we can, zna se, ok, malo samo ping-pong sa političkim slogom.
We are, well, juggling with political slogans. Znase is the political slogan of the Croatian party, HDZ. But what I want to say about this information, today they exist at 2 main levels, and the media are just one of these levels, and not the main one anymore, at least not in Western Europe. In Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans, the media are those that play a central role. In spite of the fact that all people use social networks, of course, but I think that the media set the agenda of priorities and topics to be discussed. And of course, this is also on social network. The problem with them the last 50 years was the fact that they were simply unregulated completely. Online, there is this mantra at the very beginning that traditional rules and laws do not apply online, in spite of the fact that we have seen that certain laws and rules apply. In the case of copyright and Napster, as for regulating social network, for a decade, we did not have anything. Everything boiled down to auto-regulation of some guys to California, to which we were saying what we dislike, what is a lie, etc. And at their level of priorities, we were very low. The US, Western Europe, Australia, Japan, etc. But the Balkans and small countries were, well, very low. I remember a discussion in Brussels where the culture minister from Estonia was saying how platforms, including Apple, simply do not comply with national laws. And the guy from Apple told him, well, be happy that you have iTunes at all, because we are a so small market that we are completely irrelevant to us. That's why you should be happy that we are in your countries. So this was the general attitude of these platforms towards our countries, and Serbia was an experiment country from Facebook, and they were observing what happened. So as just people you can experiment with. So very low on their radar. Slovenia, there was a case of a homicide. 2 villains killers were recording it live on Facebook. And Facebook, they needed 13 hours to remove this from online. And in Bosnia too. This was it happened in Slovenia, yes. And everybody was reporting about it, state authorities, fact-checker people, etc. But Facebook nonetheless needed 13 hours. We are very low. And until we got the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and the Media Freedom Act, this regulation did not exist. Now we will see what will happen. The main thing will be Ireland and Dublin to decide about that. This will be the main thing for our future elections, because the fake news, disinformation, and all other things, misinformation, malinformation, the main market are social networks. Problem is with social networks is that they do not have an interest to remove that. This is content that's very attractive, that receive a lot of clicks, and it's good for them. The whole time you are speaking in the past tense, but I'm not sure that it's the past tense actually, because then after that you said that you are yet to see how MFA and DSA will be implemented. I will also add with a small example from Croatia. I'm trying as a trade unionist to speak about the publishers. It's very difficult to negotiate with them because I advocate for human rights, workers' rights and collective bargaining, but we found a common ground in the sense that they have understood that we must work together. We have a situation, large networks and platforms remove content just for no reason. And then the publishers want to complain, which of course lowers their reach. They cannot come to contact with Meta or Google because they do not have an office in Croatia. They must try to find them somewhere in Europe. And of course, this reflects poorly on all the media environment. We will continue. I just want to ask Anna to continue in the same vein. Marco said, spoke about the importance of platforms and social networks as media outlets. What is the role of traditional media? How important it is in spreading misinformation and the changes in the way the media, the traditional media, shape the political campaign? How does it impact the voters? I'm speaking about mainstream media because Marco said that he believes that in this area they still have an influence. Yes, I think that it's very important what Marco mentioned, the difference between our markets in the Balkans and maybe other more developed ones. When we look at the recent past, I have to make a digression. For young audience, for the Z generation, mainstream media, traditional media do not have any weight. We must consider this because on the US elections, the Generation Z is a large percentage of people that will take part in the elections. Maybe they will have a key role. So traditional media means an audience that's older. I found a piece of data that the average CNN viewer is 65 actually. This is audience that is leaving in a way. As for traditional media in our region, these are still media, as Marco said, that are theme setters, influence the dialogue. In Serbia, we can see clearly that depending on which traditional media, for example, cable channel or national channel, which is available, relative to that, you will have a picture of reality that will be such and such. For example, I have a family situation where parents are watching different cable operators and they live in two different realities in Serbia. Well, of course. I think that the fact that they still vote, that means that they're elderly people. They do not know for certain events. And this is a huge problem. Speaking about traditional media in this country, we must mention that radio is unexistent. In the 90s, it was a driver of social change, very important for the anti-war movement, etc. It's completely passive. It's just like for listening music. And on the other hand, television and press is something that remains on the radar and of politicians and the audience.
Here there can be at the same time some sort of an ally or support that will reinforce a certain political message that someone wishes to send, or there will be a corrective element. We do not offer that, especially not with on TV stations with national coverage. And this is a huge handicap of our market. We can spread that to other markets too, but without a doubt, we should look back at what's happening in the online sphere, especially in social networks. If we look at the data from the last Reuters digital news report, we can see that TikTok, YouTube, Facebook and Instagram, perhaps to a lesser extent. But TikTok, for instance, is a platform where the information come very often from news influencers and not even from professional journalists. They only deal with comments, debates, topic development in a way which is very different to the one in traditional media. So I think that that's division to traditional and online media does not reflect reality, because traditional media must find a way to adapt, which is different when we talk about presentation style and the selection of events. I would like to go back to that later. Now Mustafa will take part in this conversation, but what interests us is the influence of people who reach broader audiences, especially the young ones, and who do not have ethical, professional frameworks.
First, now we talked about impact of traditional media, but let's tell us something about impact of non-traditional media, particularly platforms like YouTube, where broadcasters and streamers are now key players in shaping public opinion. Their influence, especially during election campaigns, is growing, and they often operate outside traditional regulatory framework. As Anna already said, is it situation in Turkey? And can you comment on it?
It's a global phenomenon. But first, thank you for the introduction and the question. And I would like to take CRTA, you call it CERTA?
CERTA.
Okay. For the invitation and hosting me. I always feel great when I was in Belgrade, not only in Belgrade, in the Balkan region. And it's not just about Rakia. I would like to.
Rakia is one of the important issues, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's come to the point. Actually, this is a great title for the whole planet, because it's an election year for the half of the population of the world. It's a very good theory, actually. It's a nice theory. You know, the classical theory of democracy, the citizens will informed very well, then they will go to the ballot box and, you know, take their decisions, right? But isn't it kind of idealistic? I mean, I find it always a bit romantic, and I criticize this idealism for a long time, because people take emotional decisions, right? Even in politics. For example, a well-informed Swedish citizen, think about it. They have strong public media, they have pluralism, they have NGOs and everything. So an average Swedish person is well informed, right? But he or she can vote for far-right nationalist party if he or she afraid or feel insecure about migration, for example. That's why, I mean, we are emotional creatures, but this is a philosophical issue. Even if the concept of this well-informed citizen may be possible and realistic, how about the discourse? I mean, who shapes the main narratives, or who's building up the hegemony? Let's break it down. I'll ask some rhetorical questions to all of you. Does traditional media still inform the society? We can say yes, right? Yes. To an
They
extent.
try.
Sorry?
They try.
They try and they inform. I mean, they are still the main source of the information. But does they still shape the dominant narratives? I doubt. I think that's changing. The new actors are taking over. And who are these new actors? As you may guess, the YouTubers, podcasters, streamers, the political groups on social media and their troll armies, and some interest groups, maybe intelligence services, maybe foreign think tanks, maybe government-funded communication agencies, which is the case in Turkey. They pay thousands of people on social networks to spread disinformation or build a narrative about opposition, for example. Or the Russian bots actually discussed a lot in the last years. So I think we have a gap here, a gap that's being filled by these new actors. And most of them are not journalists, right? But I have to admit that not all of them are the same position. I know some of these digital broadcasters are légionnaires en français, the legions, the soldiers of fortune. They don't believe it, but they are doing it for money, for their good. I don't mean them. But some of them are professional online broadcasters. Some are the young people who really care about politics, doing their commentary in an honest way. Some are ex-journalists who couldn't stay in the mainstream media, dismissed from the mainstream media, and now they are working on YouTube. I think these people can be our allies. We can take some of them to our side, the side of responsible broadcasting. Right now, they're somewhere out of this room. Is there any YouTuber or digital broadcasters here in the room?
No.
But why I care about them? Because they have an impact on society, maybe more than us, more than traditional journalists. And they don't just have viewers, they have their own communities, and they have strong ties with their communities. They don't just create reactions, they create interactions. And they are the future, actually. Not only future, they are the present. The digital creators and the streamers are already key players now. But there's a problem. They're outside of this old school regulatory frameworks. They're free, but they're too much free. They're almost like they can say whatever they like. This shouldn't be like this as a broadcaster, as a streamer. So why not use this reach, the reach of them, for the good reason, instead of disinformation or biased narratives? Why not push for quality and freedom of speech? You have a question.
But how? How you said that they don't have a borders, they don't have a rules, and how to force them to respect our, let's say, journalists' rules, ethics, and professional standards?
With carrot and sticks. Here is the carrot. These creators have no association or union, right? So traditional regulations won't work for them. What we need are, in my opinion, we need some organizations who can represent and support digital creators and influencers or streamers on different platforms. These organizations could help with self-regulation first. I'm confident that the companies who pay for this broadcast would rather collaborate with accountable and regulated and predictable creators and talents. This is my idea of solution for the disinformation. First, we can gather high quality content creators, protect them, support them.
Join them to my union.
Umbrella. Well, in some countries, the law allows unions to make members of these people, but in some countries, the unions has to be some social security number to recruit people. I'm talking about 16, 18, 20 years old.
Radi se o influencerima, tinejdžerima ili streamerima, u nekim slučajevima.
Company, they work independently. That's why we need some new professional associations for them. First, gather them, protect them, support them with an umbrella organization. Then we can set the standards, ethical standards, and encourage them for self-regulation. There will be some people who refuse to be responsible because they used to act, freely. They can be sidelined. We can exclude others who want to be irresponsible, and we can take the serious broadcasters YouTube. That's why I'm come to an end.
Okay.
That last sentence. Okay. That's why I'm thinking about this issue for many years. And last years we founded an association in Turkey called MINT, like the mint, the herb, Media, Innovation and Technology. And we aim is to champion the rights of digital journalists only, the digital broadcasters only. And I hope to see other organizations in different countries, because I think these are the people we should be working with. And this is a way to combat disinformation and ensure pluralism and maybe to save democracy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mustafa. You already have two comments, Anna and then Marco, and I'm sure that someone of you want to also to comment of this idea.
Provocative.
Like it.
Pa sam kratko htela nekoliko opaski komentara.
I just wanted to say something briefly. We must be very cautious in our assessments that what is happening in the online space and what is produced by news influencers, that it is outside of the good practices and professional codes. This is not always the case, so we must be very precise. And for example, in France, there is a young YouTuber, Hugo Decipher. He deciphers the news for the young audience. 10 million subscriptions on YouTube. Macron was visited him. He's in a sweatshirt, and they discussed about politics. It is important not to fall in a trap and saying everything that's happening outside of mainstream media, it's something that's outside of the established practice. It is not. We must also understand the perception of media companies, so to speak. Young audience, for example, as part of the project Trusting News. So there is young audience seeing journalists as part of some kind of alienated elite that has a hard time getting in touch with reality. What would be encouragement for someone creating on its own as a freelancer and respecting professional ethical rules to become part of an organization that will leave him some kind of freedom, but the perception of his work will be completely different. Then, if they work as an independent news influencer, entrepreneur, etc., I don't think that money is the real incentive. For example, Joe Rogan, not promoting him, is very is making news, and the topic is, well, what is news, etc. Someone who is a source of information, not a small part of the audience. He signed a contract with Spotify, $1 million. He made the news. After a year and a half, it became true that had he remained independent, he would have earned more money. So the incentive for this content creator freelance, even in news, situation is such that I'm not sure that they want to connect with some kind of traditional media companies. And I will tell very briefly, it's the fifth layer of society. So, like the media and the press were watchdogs, now we have bloggers and YouTubers, which are the watchers of the watchdogs that the media, traditional media, have been in the past. What I wanted to say is that we are all very obsolete, meaning out of date. We are speaking about internet as something new, and some use the term new media. This is 35 years. Web pages have been there for the last 30 years. And it's incredible that after 30 years of the existence of websites, of media, including blogs later, now we get the first European act in this area. Well, less countries have not included in their national legislation all these new terms. And the fact that we have these terms shows how things have extended and expanded. And so the black and white picture from 30 years ago, you had journalists and media professionals, and you had the public, and you have the politicians, etc. Now we have everyone. Here comes everybody, yes. And we have streamers, podcasters, influencers, TikTokers, Facebooks, etc. We are speaking about that, like these are young people on Facebook. Of my students at the university that are born in 2004, nobody is doing anything on Facebook because it's a platform for pensioners. It's not a platform for young people. And if someone thinks that they will reach out to students on Facebook, this is an inside joke. How to now incentivize secondary school students to come to our university? We will not put the advertisement on Facebook. It will be for their parents. So we have all levels, and this black and white picture is very complex. We have influencers that, well, should get their professional association, such an association of PRs, marketing, etc. But they do not have any associations. They're not regulated by law, and maybe many of them would like to because this is their profession. They're not teenagers. Some of them are on TikTok, but you have bloggers that have been around for 20 years and make a ton of money on blogs and today on our platforms, on social networks. So these are people, they're 40 years old, professionals, they don't have any association, they don't have a trade union, ethical code, whatever. We should help them, each at their own level. Of course, not everything can be helped because you have malicious actors. You cannot address this by being well-intentioned. Media literacy will help, etc. No, you have people that are doing certain things, lying, etc., misleading, and then you must have the laws and working around media and social networks. Of course, when you find them, this is most effective, not only debunking disinformation, but also demonetizing disinformation. This is very important. And we are speaking about how to boost this in the media, spreading lies or hatred, or in the domain of social networks where, well, you know how many advertisers left Twitter or X, those that are not here or there. This is one of the main things that should be developed, as well as every other thing, financing, because if you're not well intentioned, the only way after the carrots you have the sticks, and the most efficient are fines, financial sanctions. And so when Facebook or Google are fined, immediately for a month they behave. They're fined by the European Commission. Of course, they appeal, but they try to behave. After that, the problem starts again. In Slovenia, we have a problem. The Slovenian Cosmopolitan had a series of photographs, historical photographs from the 20th century. Facebook removed each and every one of them. They put a girl from Vietnam, and they were removed from Facebook in a month. No right to complain or anything else. After that, they put a photograph, Cosmopolitan, from the square in Tiananmen from 1990. Again, they are removed from Facebook for a month. If you're a digital-only webpage and if Facebook removes you for a month, your circulation and revenue falls by 30%. So if they can do this, they could do other things.
Now we'll go back to this mythic creature of ours and influence of disinformation on the voters. But I'd like to share a breaking news with you. After years of using Twitter, once it happened that after I reported a person who wanted to strangle me, slaughter me, each time Twitter actually concluded that there had been no breach, but 10 days ago the breach was confirmed, and I don't know what happened later, but it happened only once. Okay, so this is exactly what Marco has been talking about, and this is the issue of regulations, of laws, of fines, because
go back to mythical creature people who will go to election, and also let's talk about Zofia, good old-fashioned journalism. What about us? Where are we in this? What's happening, challenging in important in an environment where the political narratives, disinformation dominate, where is so many changes in this media environment. What about journalism? Can independent journalism address the challenges of information manipulation and everything what we talk about it?
I believe we can, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here and doing my job every day. It's hard, but I think it's still there's a space for independent journalism and a space for old-fashioned journalism, as you said. And I think we can do two things. We can do our job the best way, really accurate, really factual, really transparent, and we also have to listen to our audience. I think with these two things we can really achieve things, and we can give hope to the people as well, and also to ourselves. I can give you some examples. So, for example, my organization, we always try to write our articles in a way that, because it's fact check, so we always put the sources there, of course, but we also try to explain the people how they can do it. It's not just there's a data sheet and like we'll give you the numbers, or there's a research and or a tool, and that I always try to explain it how I use it, so you can also do that. We try to empower the people with these. We have a media literacy site. We always use tools which are free and you don't need a subscription for that. And that's how our readers, if they are interested, they can also check out these tools, check out these data, and also we try to explain how you can do it by yourself. And I think we got a lot of really good feedbacks from readers. Sometimes we also make workshops or meeting with the readers, and they always say that it's really important because they can do themselves, and if they try to convince somebody about a fact about a data, they can show them that, listen, it's not just a number, you can also calculate it by yourself. I think it's really important, and that's why I said that we have to listen to our audience and our readers, what they are lacking and what they need, and that is how they can be involved and they can be more resilient, but also more interested.
But can I ask you just one more question? What happens in your country after you discover that government put people in power, spend more than 5 million euros for influence, pro-government influence? What's happened? How people reacted? And
yeah, that's one thing I'm not that hopeful for. Nothing has changed. But I think related to Hungary, we have to understand that, as I said, the media is really divided and the society is super divided. So those who support the government, watch the public TV all the time, believe everything they see. Yeah, that's the question, how to reach these people, because it's like two bubbles and we are in our bubble, and we try to make the people more interested in the things, more involved, and I think we can do that. But yeah, that's the 1 billion question, how to reach those people who are in the other bubble. And yeah, if somebody knows, contact me, please.
If somebody knows, you can raise the hand, or you can ask question ili komentirati ovo što ste čuli do sada. Nemojte mi spavati.
You can also ask a question or comment on this. Please don't sleep. I need a microphone. If we don't have the microphone, we can't hear.
A genuine information and propaganda. Then the average voter thinks that impartial position is midway between these two extremes. I think we need to teach the public that impartiality means strict partiality for the truth. And if they do not understand, then the sports analogy works. During the sports match or game, everything is allowed within the rules. Different opinions are valid within the facts. As soon as the ball crosses the line, the game stops until the ball goes back into the court. Explaining what impartiality means. Impartiality is not the middle position between extreme positions.
But okay, thank you. Do you want to comment?
Not that much, except that I'm very skeptical always. As you mentioned a nice word, impartiality, which is much more precise, because otherwise you have a sort of attempt to reach a balance, or of course the famous word objectivity, which is again a mythic word and unfair. And it's always there whenever somebody accuses journalists of someone, it's saying that they are not objective. in a way, I don't care about objectivity because you cannot reach it, because I'm sure that perhaps some, let's say, informed media from Serbia, I'm not going to name any names, but I guess the name informed tells a lot, could make a picture of the first row and simply report that this was a lousy conference because, as you can see, it was half empty because the first row there is empty. So it all depends on the corner, on the angle from which you take a picture, or what you say and who was there and who was not, and how, whether this is the cheese is half empty or half full, or a glass of milk or anything. So it is also in a way an obstacle for journalists, for professional journalists, to try to keep this balance, because sometimes what they actually want is this sort of mathematical balance. Oh, now you have somebody who's a fascist, and then you have a regular Democrat, so you should be somewhere in the middle. No, you cannot be. And the journalist should be also able to tell, wait a minute, you're lying, or you're spreading hate speech, or you're spreading propaganda. I mean, that should be allowed, in my opinion, in journalism. But very often what the politicians want is just a journalist hosting them on TV and just asking nice questions. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Oh, that was lovely to have you here in the studio. Thank you very much and goodbye. So they don't want someone who will tell them their, not opinion, but basically the facts. So yes, no objectivity, perhaps impartiality or something, but not mathematic impartiality.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have 8 minutes, 7 more. So, or one question, or I will give you like a minute for conclusion. Will be 2, but okay. And we didn't respond on this question about global disinformation landscape. Is a well-informed voter becoming mythical creature? But we open a lot of topics. I hope that it was interesting. And please, from Mustafa, finally, just a few sentences.
About this one?
Yeah, let's try.
Well, it's just come to my mind. In a retrospective angle, it's not becoming a mythical creature, actually, because just think about it. 100 years ago, our grandfather in Izmir probably not aware of anything. Maybe with the radio signal, got some information about the war, etc. My father was a literate man, read the papers, but the newspapers, I mean, it's just 12 pages, 18 pages. How many information does a newspaper got? But right now, if in my generation or the younger generation, they got more information. We can discuss about, is that information valid or valuable or quality? But the amount of information is insane. So the voters are now, I think, more informed. But we can question the quality and the impartiality and who produce it. Again, who produced the narratives and the big stories about history and the politics. That's the point. I'm quite optimistic about this. I'm an incurable optimistic about the future of humankind. I know sometimes the election results, I mean, we don't like the results of the election, especially in Turkey. In my last 22 years, we always feel sad about the results of the elections. But still, when you look at the young generation, they're more curious. They make more research. They have more resources to understand how the world is changing and how the governments are ruling. So, yeah, I don't think it's a mythical creature.
Okay. Ana.
Ok, uzela sam mobilni telefon da se podsjetim tačno.
I took a mobile phone to remind myself of the news that I read on X to illustrate what I would like to say to wrap this up. Major breaking
clear majority of tweets by Elon Musk about the 2024 US presidential election are either misinformation or disinformation. Yes, the clear majority of tweets by Elon Musk. Elon Musk ima 160 miliona pratilaca na Twitteru.
Elon Musk has 160 million followers on Twitter, and I think that the issue of news, of journalism, will become inseparable from technology and technology impacts. Not only technology, but a huge business and economic influence of huge tech companies and platforms. Unfortunately, I believe that the regulation was never able really to keep step with technology, and it's still lagging behind technology. On one side, as citizens and voters, we are living in a very exciting time because we are watching the changes firsthand. But on the other hand, we cannot even guess what the future will be like. So journalism has never been needed as today, but the challenges and threats are the greatest in history. So
I want to connect to what you said, Mustafa. I totally agree with you that I think the readers, the voters, they are really well informed, and we have to focus on the information we provide. Because, yeah, as you said, like there's maybe too much information out there. So I think we as journalists, our job is to contribute to not to inform the people, but to well inform the people. And also, as I said, I really believe that we have to listen to our audience. We have to make more interaction with them. We really have to not just provide news for them or information for them, but also more involvement, more interaction, so they can decide, but they can be also more aware of the facts.
Marko, minutica.
Evo.
So I would say that the main possibilities are at three different levels. One is the micro level, what we do, all of us in Hungary, Turkey, Croatia, Slovenia, and Serbia. We can, of course, with our small contribution, we can improve things. The wider picture will get better. CRTA is doing the same. In Slovenia, we have an European project with 8 countries. Diacomed, it's called. We are promoting responsible communication for all, not only for reporters, because they have their own code, but for influencers and others that do not have a code of ethics. And we want a universal code of auto-regulation to be embraced. Everybody that's communicating publicly, minimum level. On the macro level, 2 things. One is monetization of media, and in that sense, that so-called technologies taxes on Twitter, Meta should be embraced that take money from the media, and money is going to the US most often without any tax and other consequences, which destroys journalism as a public resource. Also, demonetization of disinformation, especially those strategically placed by national political players, such as the case in Serbia or Hungary, or foreign ones in other places. So hit them where it hurts, prevent them from getting the money they're currently getting. Thank you.
Ja ću iskoristiti, iako sam tu.
I will take this opportunity as a moderator to conclude for a minute. I would like to say, well, take a minute and say, I'm a journalist for more than 30 years, and censorship and pressure on my media in Croatia television took me to a different direction. In the last couple of years, I got to know many incredible people that are fighting
novinarstva, pluralizam medija.
Fighting for pluralism of media, freedom of media. And I would like to tell you I agree with my colleagues, and especially with Ajofi, that said that journalism is key. And I believe this. An old journalist editor, when I was telling him about new skills and platforms, he told me, listen, kid, there is always a bunch of people, maybe the majority, that are interested in content, quality content. Good journalists produce good content. We must know how to use these tools and platforms that are at our disposal, not fear them and abandon them to influencers, which are not journalists. The journalists have an ethical code. We have educated ourselves to become what we are. And if we want a democratic society, if we want the voters not to be some kind of mythical creature, but to be well-informed citizens that will vote based on the right information, altogether we must strengthen professional journalism, starting from workers' rights, which means only well-paid journalism that's able to afford a loan and good school for their kids. Only such a reporter may be free, and of course they must be literate and educated, knowing how to use all these tools. Only such a journalist can strengthen democracy in our societies. That's why let's stick together and let us fight for journalism.
Ajmo nakon da smo pauzu za kafu, odsad nekom radno treba kažete ja Ništa.
I will understand this as a cue to begin our last panel for today. So, welcome everybody. Hope you had a pleasant and energizing break. So let's begin. I will just briefly introduce myself and I will use my opportunity to speak. So for a couple of minutes maybe to introduce the topic. My name is Vujo Ilić. I'm a political scientist from the University of Belgrade, but for many years I was associated with CRTA. And it's always wonderful to have these conferences where people from academia and practitioners come together. I find them much more entertaining and much more useful than purely academic conferences. But being what I am, I will just start with a little academic introduction, if you don't mind. So there was an issue of a Journal of Democracy back in 2002. Journal of Democracy is one of the leading publications in the theory and practice of democracy, part of the National Endowment for Democracy. It was called Elections Without Democracy. It was already mentioned today a couple of times, actually. There were two articles in this journal, standing one next to each other. One of them is about the rise of competitive authoritarianism. It was authored by Stephen Levitsky and Lucan Way. And they were basically telling us that there are these new type of regimes which combine democratic institutions as the principal means of obtaining and exercising political power, but at the same time that the incumbents violate those rules so often and so much that the regime fails to meet the minimal standards for democracy. And so they were telling us basically back then, based on the experiences of the 1990s, that these hybrid regimes are not transitory, they're stable, they're here to stay. And yes, we see them staying. But they're also saying that these are not democracies, but competitive authoritarianism. And a hat tip to Francesco for pointing that out. And he was one of the things that really did deserve an applause. But there was another article that I would like to focus. It was called Menu of Manipulation by Andreas Schadler, and he was warning us of another thing. He was warning us that we kind of forgot that elections have always been a means of democratic governments as much as an instrument of authoritarian control. And he was basically giving us the menu of how the authoritarians control these democratic processes. And he listed 14 most common items on the menu. And of course, the menu evolves, right? The menu of manipulation doesn't stay the same. It looks to me now more like a bag of tricks rather than a listed menu, because you can see what's on the menu. But if you have a bag of tricks, you never know what's going to be employed. And one of these advances in the instrumentarium happened in Serbia in 2023 and basically motivated this panel to a large degree. Let me just tell you a couple of words about it, and then we can continue the discussion with our panelists. What happened is that, you know, as election observers, I think you're always exposed to accusations of mass organized fraud. But I think intuition or the logic that usually holds is that for systemic fraud, always leaves traces. And it's very difficult to imagine that there is a mass organized fraud without a trace. And the more people have to know about the fraud in order for it to work, the more information will leak. And in the months before the last elections, it wasn't leaking, it was flooding. Basically, CRTA could see in September, October, November, December, multiple instances of anecdotal evidence following the pattern that were pointing into two major directions. There were elections in Belgrade, local elections, which were highly contested. It was very tight expectation of who will prevail. And then what happened is that we were seeing voters with residences in other constituencies being registered in Belgrade to be able to vote in this election, for one. And the other thing that was happening is that voters with formal residences in Belgrade, who otherwise live elsewhere, including other countries, were driven to Belgrade to vote in this election. And CRTA was collecting the pieces of puzzles, observing irregularities at the polling stations, but what was novel about it was the scope of involvement of individuals from different levels of state institutions. This is what really was a big surprise for us, that we couldn't really anticipate. But as election observation organization, you can do as much. You can file a report and you can file criminal charges, but that's where the agency of election observers stopped. We also had a problem of how to call it. So, in other places it was called election or voting tourism. We thought like, this sounds too nice, like everybody likes tourism. But this is something criminal. We shouldn't really call it tourism. Also, we could call it busing, but it's not only busing. It was something else. And we called it organized movement of or migration of voters. And today we will discuss the organized migration of voters, but not only that. We will discuss different authoritarian innovations, which are basically serving them to give them this additional edge in elections. And also, these do not happen only in Serbia. We knew that they were happening in the region, but we were, seeing it for the first time. As Sofia mentioned earlier, like, other irregularities also existed, such as gerrymandering. This was not present in Serbia, but we could see other instances. And today at the panel we have four panelists that I will just briefly introduce, but feel free to introduce yourself to more if you need. That can talk about the practice of electoral engineering. So one of them is Cyril Kulenovic. He's an election and political expert who works at the International Organization for the Francophonie and specializes in civil and electoral registers implementation, maintenance, and audit. So thank you, Cyril, for being here. Then Dario Jovanovic from the Center for Civic Initiatives, one of the leading civil society organizations in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and a member of Podlupom, a coalition of CSOs that observe elections. Then Zlatko Vujovic, who will join us online from Georgia, where he is in the election observation mission. He is an executive director of the European Network of Election Monitoring Organizations, NMO, and among other election observation roles is affiliated with the Center for Monitoring and Research, CEMI, in Montenegro. And last but not least, Zsuzsana Kunos, political freedom program officer from Hungarian Civil Liberties Unions, where she specializes in election rights, as well as assembly rights and freedom of expression. So we can cover this issue from different angles and from different regions. And for one, let's try to identify the problem. I will first ask Cyril. So I already mentioned that voters often shift between or within electoral districts, and this causes different issues, different problems, such as fictive or multiple voter registrations. Can you start by elaborating on these challenges and their impact on electoral integrity?
Yeah, sure. Just before, I want to make it clear, Vujo, I'd like to apologize because my name is Cyril Kulenovic, but I don't speak Serbian. I sent it back to Kulindan area. I don't remember anything. Second of all, I'd like to apologize because it's my first time in Serbia, and I don't know the context in Serbia, and I will not speak about Serbia for a second. It's not my point here.
I think I spoke enough. So
exactly.
I think everybody will agree with that.
Also, I want to apologize because I'm a technician, right? I'm working for electoral commissions. I'm embedded. I'm auditing voter registers, and I'm working on voter registration and civil registries. So I'm not here on the civil society vision of the problem, also from the EMB point of view. So I already apologize. And I also apologize because I love examples, simply because we all believe that we are alone going through these issues. Every country is going through these issues. They all have different tools to work on them, to deter them, and to forbid them. But every country, every single country has this issue. I'm from France. I was in charge of elections in France and went through technical difficulties and frauds. The same in Africa, the same here, same everywhere. So it's not a question about Serbia, it's a question about how we as electoral commissions, can we deter that? How can we work? So Vujo, to come back to your point, the first roundtable was about identifying the problems. Where are the roots? Which are the causes leading to voters' migrations, to duplicates, to different potential frauds, electoral frauds? First of all, let me be clear, from the technical point of view, there are numerous causes. You cannot say when you observe an election, it's all frauded, it's all the government. Yes, it can be. But causes are from everywhere. When you are inside the Electoral Commission, you have technical issues to deal with. Voter registers are small registers combined in a big one, mirroring to keep up the data updated. Coming back, it's a perpetual movement of data. So first of all, we have technical issues to deal with as Electoral Commission. So part of the problem is this one. One of the other causes is political. Electoral commissions work for politicians. Political decisions are taken, which impose to the Electoral Commission to take decisions and actions. And sometimes they face difficulties to implement the political decision. I'll come back on that. Then you also have political interventions in the system. Local politicians, we can have impact on your voter register because they were asking people to come and vote register here. You have the hand on these people. You cannot control everything. So it's something you have to watch, you have to deter, and you have to fight. But it comes from everywhere, to be honest, from everywhere. Also, individuals can decide to register in another place. They can decide to move because economically they want to come to the capital and they want to change their registration, their address by force sometimes because they just arrived. So causes and sources are from everywhere. Yes, they can be political, but they can also be technical. They can be individual, they can be national, they can be very localized. It's very complicated sometimes from the observer point of view to deter them. First of all, in terms of voters' migrations, because that's what you are talking about, constant constituency mapping is one source. There are many sources, but constituency mapping is also a problem. People need to feel represented. When you are living in a place, you need to feel represented to go and register, to go and vote. You go and register and vote where you feel belonging to a community. So mapping is something essential, and we always forget it. Thresholds is one example. Do you organize your voter register, your electorate, by number of voters registered? Do you organize your constituency by number of people living there? It's absolutely different, and it can cause major migrations. And also, what is the representativity? What are the boundaries? Where are the boundaries? And most important, I would say, where are people living? Where are the living catchment areas? And that's very important. That's what we face with some local politicians, for example. If you are registered in one place, but your family, political family, or your center of life is somewhere else, of course you'll be tempted to go there. And that's the link between political action, interference, and individual interference, because you need to feel represented. I just want to give you some example about this, how to build boundaries and to keep people together. Because you have countries where you have historical districts.
Recimo u zemljama gde postoje istorijski okruzi, ti okruzi se nikad ne menjaju. Ili živite u zemlji gde će se biračka jedinica promeniti u zavisnosti od praga, broja birača i tako dalje, broja stanovnika.
Gerrymandering. I'm looking at the American colleagues, but gerrymandering can be also a problem. And it's a cause of population movements too. So it's a political choice or historical choice or technical choice with thresholds is very complicated, but it has to be considered before speaking about migrations. You need to speak first about that before going to migrations. I'll just give you, in terms of impact of distribution of the electorate, how it can be complicated for us as electoral commissions. I will take the French case, for example. 2008, France decided to create members of the parliament representing the French living abroad. Okay, that's fine. So it's new constituencies, okay? But French people were used to be still registered in their location in France, where they were born or where they grew up. Mm-hmm. They could have just arrived in the country or maybe were born in Serbia, for example, but were still French. And it was very difficult, as an example, for the French administration to organize it, because they had to delete all the duplicates of French living abroad also being registered in France. And we speak about 1.5 million people. I remember when I was working at that time in the French administration, we had to spend nights with colleagues deleting people on papers because voter lists were already printed. And a few hours before the election, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were still crossing people out. And on election day, people came and said, I want to vote. And as president of the commission, I had to go there and tell them, you cannot vote because you were officially registered in Serbia at the consulate. So I had to delete you somewhere. You cannot be a duplicate. So I had to make a choice. We had to make a choice. It's an example, but it's how boundaries, territories impact your location. When I was speaking about founding the electoral population on the census data or on the number of voter registers, it's a very important difference. You know all this example, but Lebanon is an example. They are still stuck, for example, on their political system on 1932 census data, because no one wants to touch to the distribution and the representation of the population. It was the same in France also. Sorry to come back to France, but New Caledonia was also a problem when you had to go for a referendum and ask people who will vote. People who just arrived or real Caledonians? Who is a real Caledonians? Where is the threshold? Who can be registered? Who can vote or not? It's very complicated. For example, they fixed a limit there and they still have a problem because they stopped in 2007 registration. People living there for now nearly 20 years cannot register and vote for the referendum. Another issue is out of constituency registration. As a voter, I will not register in my constituency and go and register in another one, or I will register in both. It is very complicated for the electoral administration to identify the duplicates and to deduplicate, depending also if they have an alphanumerical voter register or if they have an alphanumerical and biometric register. And it also makes a difference. You can go and audit, for example, a register and identify if you have shortcomings in the data collected on each of you. But if I don't have biometrical data, it's very hard for me to tell me if you are a duplicate, if you registered here, here, and here. So it's also a question which have to be addressed, and it's also part of the problem. I'll give you one example again, DRC, Congo. It's a very good example because they are maybe one of the most advanced countries in the world on deduplication and data. There are 46 million voters registered. So it's not a simple little example, it's a huge example. DRC, when we've done the audit, for example, 6 million duplicates were identified, 6 millions. It just gives you an idea of the volume. 6 million duplicates. How do you deal with it? Yourself, how do you deal with 6 million duplicates? Do you cancel the registration system? Do you redo it? No. The work was to identify where you had political pressure which led to duplicates. This was the case of Sankuru, for example, which is a region where we had to delete 50% of the electorate. 43% of the electorate was deleted. Simply because there were people from another area where political leaders paid them organized buses to come and register in their area to be sure to win. So you have to take decision also. You have to delete these people. But how do you delete them? How legal tools do you have to delete them? It's not an easy question. Also, finally, sorry, to speak about this definition of electoral population. Some countries, for example, integrate into their electoral law the threshold, but sometimes the constituencies and the number of people in each constituency or voters registered. Finally, the proof of residence. That's the problem. Proof of residence. I always hear about the proof of residence. And this is the case we had in the RC, but that they have in the US and that they have in Australia. If you don't attach a real, authentic proof of residence to the registration, can you control that this electorate didn't have a real proof of residence? How can you say that? If you just write, he declares that the address is 1 Boulevard Kulenovic, how can you justify that he is not eligible to go and vote? So all these technical questions have an impact. This is why the US changed their system, because the US, the Americans have a huge problem. They are states and they don't communicate together. So it's only since 2012 that they implemented a system to try to identify the duplicates through the vehicle numbers. They created a national vehicle number and a postal system number to see if people change their address with delivery system. You know, when you make a request on Amazon, you are flagged. If you order something on Amazon, you are flagged with your new address. This is the way Americans try to deter duplicates and to work on the database. And it's a permanent work. It's not a one-shot work. It's everyday work to cross-check data and to delete these people. Australia did it also, but they did it also with another system, with the GIS system, and now, which is leading authority in charge of the audit, worked on GIS system on each registration area to identify where people were coming from originally and how they were moving years after years on the territory. Finally, vote by delegation and voting by proxy is always an issue. Is always an issue in all countries. Now I'm working in Guinea for the last 3 years. I'm working within the government to build a civil registry, which is something else, but will be the base for the next voter registry, biometric one. And they have the same issue, proxy voting and derogations for people observing, for example, on election day. You can be authorized to vote in another area on election day because you are observing, for example. And that's a derogation. Or you can organize a proxy voting. You can delegate someone to vote for you in your polling station. It's very complicated then to how can I say, take apart this electoral population and this population. What I just want you to understand is that all these causes are coming together. And that's why a daily work has to be done on this, but also from the really beginning, on the mapping of constituencies, on the law, on the thresholds, on detailing how things will work. Before, after that, you will have to deal with all these duplicates and all these people. And sometime in some countries, it was the case in Burkina Faso, for example, we had a big question during the audit of the voter register. Do we have to throw to the rubbish bin the voter register? Or are we able to clean it? And it's always the question, can we clean these duplicates? Or we have to relaunch everything? Mm-hmm. And that will be also the end of the question to you. How do you deal with that? It's easy always to speak about frauds, duplicates, voters, migration, but how do you deal with it? You will maybe answer to that.
We will have plenty of time to talk about that. Thank you for your input. I really like the point that when we talk about these technical administrative issues, it always has repercussions on enfranchisement of voters. So it looks like this is an administrative decision, administrative choice, but real people are losing or getting voting rights through these decisions. And so I will also like to hear Dario's feedback regarding proof of residence, because I think it's very pertinent to Bosnian case. But let's turn to these choices that are being made about, either constituency border boundaries changing or voters or people moving. And I would like actually Zsuzsanna to talk about this. So Hungarian government has made a lot of electoral changes in recent years that have to do with all of these issues that we talked about so far. Can you tell us more about this?
Oh, yes, thank you. And thank you again for your invitation. First of all, a couple of words about where I came from. I'm from the Hungarian Civil Liberties Union, and what we do is mostly providing legal aid and operating a hotline at elections, and people are contacting us with their problems. So that's how we know what's happening, because people are getting to us and they say what they saw and they say what their problems are. And about Hungary, a couple of words. Most of you probably know, but I need to highlight that in Hungary, the governing party has a 2/3 majority for 14 years now. This means that a 2/3 majority is sufficient enough to change basically any kind of rules you want to change, even the constitution, all of the electoral laws, and things like that. So if the government's will is to change something, then they change it. And this is what we saw in the last 14 years. There were no two consecutive elections where nothing was changed. So I could make a long list about these election changes, but just to highlight one recent and an important one to give you kind of look what is the scale of this. We used to have the local governmental elections during October in every 5 years. This was also in the constitution. But last year, the government thought that it would be way better for the government to hold the elections on the same day as the European parliamentary elections. So they changed the date of the local governmental elections, which meant that this date was half a year earlier than it should have been. So those people who got elected for 5 years could spend their mandate for 4.5 years, and then the elections happened. They remained in force for half a year, but most of them were changed in the springtime. Not most of them, but a lot of them was changed in the springtime. So I think this gives you a quite good overlook about what the scale of this election engineering is. And about the voters' migration and what you've just talked about, in Hungary, basically what you've mentioned, that something looks like an administrative change, but it has a huge impact. In 2021, there was a change which looked like an administrative change, where they changed what an address means in the Hungarian law. And it now doesn't need to be somewhere you actually live. You don't have to prove that you live there. Then you can say that this is your address, which has a quite significant aspect, meaning that you can have an address somewhere you want to vote. So it has a huge impact on voters' migration as well. This happened in 2021, and it's still in force. So the 2022 elections, the national elections, and also these 2024 local governmental and European parliamentary elections combined happened in the sense that they could do that. So basically, my key point is that in Hungary, of course, there are election frauds. There are election frauds everywhere. So people are using buses to take voters to the voting polls, to the polling stations. Also, there are people who try to buy votes. This happens everywhere. But interestingly, in Hungary, most frauds and the biggest frauds are legal because they have the ability to change the legal regulation before they do the fraud. So election engineering is happening in a sense that it is completely legal, and you really have to take a closer look to understand that in Hungary, it's not the thing. The thing is not that someone breaks the law. The whole system is broken. I will continue on the next one.
This is a powerful statement. Thank you. So let's move to Bosnia actually, because I think for two reasons. So one of these issues, especially like postal voting, was a big issue in Bosnia. Also, there were instances of voter migration at the local level mostly. But so from your perspective as the electoral observation organization, how do these irregularities fit the bigger picture of the quality or electoral integrity in Bosnia?
Yeah, this may sound strange, but I think that we at the election issue conference slowly can conclude that elections are not the biggest problem of our countries. So I think that biggest problem of my country, and when I say our countries, I mean on the Western Balkans, because we still feel it as our countries, is corruption. And this corruption is systemic corruption. This corruption created the state capture phenomena. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, it literally looks like that nobody gets employed in public sector without party affiliation, family affiliation, or paying bribe for it. This creates that institutions who should be independent, should be professional, are not, that their decisions are not in favor of citizens, but in favor of political parties and party leaders. And this creates general distrust, not only of citizens in their government, in their country, and in their institutions, but also among political parties in each other, yeah? Because any decision from the constitutional court to the school board is challenged, because everybody pinpoint that there's a party person who actually made the decision in favor of some political party. And this is really devastating for the society as a whole. This creates something that we call impunity culture. There is no consequence for your misconduct. There is no sanction for violation of law if you are close to the political parties. I don't know whether this is case in Serbia, but we can discuss it. Yeah. So my biggest fear about all of this is that one of the biggest consequences in my country is the brain drain. And it is third biggest brain drain worldwide of the young, well-educated people who are leaving the country. Just after Venezuela and Haiti by some assessments, yeah. And as those people go, which are potential for change, the more and more population and more voters is covered by this corrupt mechanism, by these clientelistic networks. And I think this actually fits their agenda. Whatever they speak publicly, that they want to stop this, they don't want. They want to stay, if it is possible, with all people being part of their apparatus without critical voices and with putting a target on the foreheads of those critical voices. Yeah. And when we have this situation and this type of oppression, then my biggest fear is that you end up with something that in our languages we call theater in house, theater in a home, where everybody acts their roles and it just contributes to the status quo. Government acts as government, opposition acts as opposition, international community acts as international community, and civil society acts as civil society. Everybody are around. Red circle, but nobody crosses. Nobody questions. Nobody challenges status quo. And I think we should, when we speak of any issue, including elections, look at from the standpoint that it is directly tangible consequence of the corruption. And this is answer to your question about maybe bigger picture, that we are facing. Of course, when we go below, something that I have learned from these previous 10 years of working in elections is more or less the wisdom. If there is a smoke, there is a fire. So nobody speaks of vote buying in Sweden. But in our countries, when somebody speaks about vote buying, and if it is repetitive, and if you have it from the multiple sources, it's usually confirmed. It is just a question of time. And we do divide all of these type of irregularities basically into two basic divisions: before the election day, on the election day. And many would say that the focus of election irregularities is moving from the election day because it become too obvious to steal elections on the election day in period before the election day. And I would agree with it, but I would also argue that these type of irregularities still exist. And I will try to summarize, yeah. So in period before the election day, we have a massive manipulations which have direct impact on the election results. And I'm speaking of abuse of state resources as an example. And multiple pragmatic ways how it's practiced, from using state-owned enterprises in order to pressure employees who to vote for, from having the social benefit system, which is given only to those who promise to vote for, from using the public institution spaces for the promotion of the party people on the list, from giving budgetary money in the specific period for the specific categories, which is some type of illegal vote buying, yeah, or vote buying through budget, but also other types of irregularities, yeah, like functional campaigning, which is something that everybody who is coming into race from the position of government is misusing, which gives them a clear advantage into the race. And the whole concept of the free and fair elections is about the same starting position and the same position to the election day for all those participating in elections. Voter pressuring that have many forms. Hate speech as a dominant political speech in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to the voters list and problems with immigrations and the voters list in general. And then I come to the election day, and it is possible to influence elections outcome on the election day. And it happened in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2022. We had recounting for the president and vice presidents of the Republika Srpska entity for whole 2,300 polling stations. What we have done is that we took first results counted in the polling station level and followed recounting in the main counting center. We managed to follow 660 polling stations when the CC decided to move the results, which were publicized. We asked for those results in any format. It was not allowed to us. We asked to take copies of the results, original results, which are in the main counting center. They were not allowed to us. But we did manage to do election forensics based on these 660 polling stations. It's about 1/3 of the total polling stations. And we saw, for example, that at 2/3 of the polling stations, results differed. At 1/3 up to 3 votes, in 1/3 more than 3 votes. We had more than 10 votes difference at 111 polling stations, every fifth of them. When we went deeper, we saw that 82% of those votes was manipulated in favor of Milorad Dodik as a candidate, 14% in favor of Jelena Trivić as a candidate, and 4% in favor of vice presidents from the Croat Catholic and Bosniak Muslim community. This 4% changed the outcome in one race. When we first counted results, the one guy won for the president, vice president of Republika Srpska, Bratić, and when we recounted it, another guy for the vice president won, which is Duraković. When we'll go deeper and see how they manipulated, we see that every place where Dodik was manipulating has a clear pattern. He was taking Jelena Trivić votes and adding these votes to himself. Wherever Jelena Trivić manipulated, she would just add her votes to herself, not touching his votes, yeah? And this is something that you can do, that can trigger deeper investigation. And to summarize, the most conservative projection is 3.68. 3.68% that it is stolen this way in favor of Milorad Dodik, and the difference between candidates was a bit more than 4%. So misusing unused ballots, voting instead of another person is still happening. Adding votes for the specific political parties or preferential votes, we have also open list system, yeah, so-called open list system, or invalidating ballots for the political opponents can create a difference and can decide the outcome of the election results. Hopefully, I think we are heading in a good direction with the new technologies and everything that we piloted in these most recent elections that were happening at 6 October, but I can maybe replicate on this.
Exactly.
Reflect on this.
Exactly. Thanks for making this point. We tend to say more and more that electoral fraud is not happening at the election day, but it's like what matters really is what happens before the election day. But your point is great. I mean, it's not so important until it becomes important. And then if we are not prepared as election observers to actually identify it, to report it, then we might be going back to the good old days of, electoral fraud that we think are in the past. Thanks. We'll go back to some of these issues later, and I'd like to include Zlatko Vujic, who is online with us now. So Zlatko, you've been observing elections in Montenegro for many years, and as part of NMO mission in other countries such as Georgia, where you are now. I'd like to ask you what common issues have you identified regarding these electoral manipulations that we talked about so far, especially organized migration of voters, and how have these experiences shaped your approach in election observation? And if you could just unmute, yes. Great.
From my perspective, it looks like someone prepared the handbook how to rig elections based on experiences from ex-Soviet countries, and then it is implemented in the Western Balkans. And that what was happening in the post-Soviet countries in the last, let's say, 1 decade, 2 decades, now in the last 5 to 6 years is somehow in very extensive way implemented in the Western Balkan countries. So I don't know, is it with the purpose? Did really someone explore and develop the new practice in the Western Balkans? Or it is just by occasion? I really believe that there is a systematic way that is happen in the Western Balkans, but it's happening. And when we are talking about Basen or organized migration of the voters, that is something that already been identified in some countries like Moldova. They have the case of the Transnistria, Pridnestrovye, the part of the Moldova under the control of the Russian forces, let's say like that, one of the frozen countries of conflicts. And actually, they have Moldovan citizenships, and they are moved, organized by the one party supported by the Russia Socialist Party, and other parties also supported by the Russia. And those voters are coming and voting another political party. They don't have right and opportunity to campaign in the part of the Transnistria. And this sometimes it is had a very significant impact, still has. But with some other, you saw the last results of the elections in the Moldova, and also about the referendum. They are really, the country is very polarized. The situation is very difficult, and those kinds of the voters had a very high impact. Also, we previously in Georgia, we were witnessing the same kind of the situations. Well, especially this is very present in the community where there is a lot of where the national minorities are dominated, and there is a lot of the people who move to work or live abroad. So there is also proxy voting in that case, the busing, etc. So now we are facing the similar problem in the Western Balkans. And it is this problem now, I would say, especially after great job that CRTA did in following those cases and making explaining what was happening on the local elections in Serbia, in Belgrade, in other cities. Now everything is much more visible. But before that, Semi track some changes in the voter registry, because there is a big difference comparing the domestic observers and the right to observe voter registry in Montenegro and some other countries. For example, our registered observers have right to access to the voter registry in Montenegro. So we really can get information and data from there. So what we did, we in one municipality that we had the right to follow the voter registry and check, conduct the controls in the municipality of Herzegovina. There were local elections, and we actually compared those data with the data from the voter registry in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So the final result was of that assessment was that 10.54% of the voters were already registered in the voter registry in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So that means that it's a huge number. We had even 82 of them who were registered in 3 countries, and they had the right to vote in Bosnia, in Montenegro, and in Republic of Serbia. So they had 3 citizenship, and they had also 3 permanent residents. The permanent residence is very important not only because of the voting rights, but also it is important because of the taxation. You are differently, for example, if you have the house in all three municipalities in 3 different countries, then you are going to be differently, those real estate would be define taxation from the district. For example, if you live in that house, your taxes will be lower. But if this is, a house to rent during the summer, the tax would be much higher. So the people are motivated to be registered in different, to have the permanent residence in different countries or citizenship from different reasons. It's not always the electoral fraud. Sometimes it's right to access to education, access to the health rights in the different countries better. For example, a lot of people are motivated. There is the better health service in, for example, in Serbia than maybe in Montenegro. So there could be a motivation. But the problem is not because sometimes the people are registering the 2-vote registry. The problem becomes huge when there is the organized attempt to abuse those people and force them to vote in favor of one political parties. And this is something that happened in Serbia on the local election, but this is a constant problem in Montenegro because there is a huge mobility or migration of those voters in elections from Serbia, from Republika Srpska, part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are facing the problem. First, we raised that issue in Montenegro. CRTA raised that issue in the Serbia. And I heard also now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, after local election, the opposition was claiming that voters from Montenegro and Serbia influence the final outcome of elections. I read the information about revenue. So this is all possible, and we somehow need to stop that because if not, the integrity of electoral process and results would be wouldn't exist anymore. So, for example, I will just share with you some information. Montenegro had a census, finally had the census, and the results were published. And there are 90,000 more people in voter registry, voters, than those who are registered in the census. They are adult. So older than 18 years. So 90,000 more in the voter registry than in the census. So there is this huge discrepancy between the voter registry and the other data, partially due to this problem of double registration because people, they don't live, but they still are registered having the permanent residency in Montenegro in this case. So we also compare for purpose of one the analysis about we wanted to get figure how many of those voters could be ineligible. And we compared some statistics from the state institution of the US, European countries, etc. And the estimation in total are that 83 to up to 140,000 of the voters in Montenegro could be ineligible due to permanent residency problem status or the citizenship.
Okay. Thank you, Zlatko, and especially thank you for making this point that Cyril was also making, that a lot of the causes of the problems that we have are partially also not only coming from the administrative side and not only coming from the intention of fraud, but also because of the patterns of registration of residences that have other sources. So let's move to another round of questions, and then I would like you to actually be slightly more focused in your answers because we don't have much time. So pick one point that you would like to make, and this is about what we can do to prevent these attempts of electoral engineering. So I will again first start with Cyril. So what control mechanisms do we have? We are talking about mostly civil society organizations here, but not necessarily. And how much the transparency of electoral registries can help in preventing or making these abuses more difficult?
Thank you, Will. In Africa, we say that Dario walk on my tongue. He spoke about sanctions, which is the first point. It's mandatory to register, and if you don't, what happens? It's illegal to register twice, 3, 4 times, and if you don't, what happens? First of all, legal provisions. It's a debate we have with a lot of electoral commissions. Do you have legal provisions for that? But the most important, do you implement your legal provisions? I'll give you 2 cases. The case of Congo. For the last election, they were fed up with duplicates. Every evening on TV, they organized a brigade, electoral brigade. Every evening on TV, you had arrestations of people frauding during the voter registration process. And during election days, every evening you had images of people leaving the polling station like that because they registered twice. Of course, they didn't sanction all the people of the country who registered twice because we speak about 6 million people, so it will be complicated. But it's to give the example and to show that it's illegal. Yes, it's illegal. If it's illegal, you have sanctions and you have to implement them. Second, one other sanction possibility is France. France has an excellent sanction solution. It's money. It's money. France is the only country where they have financial sanctions if you don't follow the rules for registration or for voting process. It's I was working there, so I pretty well know, but it's a finance control and political parties financing control commission, which impose financial sanction as soon as you have been condemned for any violation for registration or for voting. It's as simple as that. So you lose a lot of money. Remember Nicolas Sarkozy crying for his 12 million not being reimbursed. Second of all is deduplication system. Yes, of course, biometry is here. Many countries are using AFIS, which is automated fingerprint system for deduplication. Some countries, because it's more expensive, to be honest, it's very expensive, is ABIS, is biometric identification system with the iris. You don't need to have modern system, you just need a photo of the voter. So then you can work on the iris and it works very well, but it costs a lot. And you need an adjudication system because you cannot delete people just because the system says they are duplicates. You need to adjudicate them. You need to have a system to delete them. On E-Day, many countries are working on system to control and avoid duplicates on E-Day. I take the example of Ivory Coast or Brazil. They have a system, to check every voter when you enter the voter registration, the polling station. You have to put your finger as a control to access to the vote. If you already voted somewhere, you cannot go and vote again because you were already plugged into the system. It's quite well working in Brazil, in Ivory Coast. Even after 3 elections, it's a mess because you need 2 hours to access the polling station. It's very complicated, but they are working on this because they want to control that. And finally, it's transparency, as you said, Vuyo, is very important. Transparency and capability to a legal remedy. It means that on election day, you are observers, right? But where are your political parties? Political parties should be able to flag irregularities and to complain about this. The problem is that we mainly have in many countries problem of transparency. Do political parties have access to the polling station data in every polling station? Do they have a system for collecting it? And do they have the time to complain? I'll give you one last example and I will then shut my mouth. Again, Congo. In 2018 election, all political parties came to me because we had a training about how to organize their compiling system of frauds and then complaining. I'll give you this example because they came to my office, we had long discussions with everyone, and so they structured their system, sending by SMS, a photo, whatever. 2 problems. First problem, they had in the law 24 hours to provide all evidences to the Constitutional Court. 24 hours to provide evidences on a territory big as Europe with 100 kilometers of roads. I can let you imagine how easy it is. Second of all, the government decided to shut down internet. for the next 2 or 3 days after election because they didn't want to have, reactions, demonstration in the streets. So they did shut internet. How do you gather evidences and go for a legal remedy if you cannot communicate with people? It's as simple as that. It's very technical, it's very simple, but time for legal remedy, time for proofs, transparency is also important. If you want to challenge it and to stop it, you need to have this time for complaining.
Thank you, Cyril. Especially for giving us ideas on shutting down the internet.
No?
But no, seriously. There's also talk about election brigades. I think somebody was taking notes. This is interesting. So let's move to Dario. I mean, you already talked about what you were doing at the election day, but how else can you, as a civil society organization, try to make these kind of electoral frauds more difficult for those who want to commit them?
Yeah. So I truly think that there is solution to any problem, and I don't think that there is $1 million questions. If we have determined people who are willing to do something and the resources, which is basically people, time and money, we can do progress. And I think that Bosnia and Herzegovina, however this sounds strange, is on the right track, and I will try to explain that. Especially in the last 2 years, many things happened. We are completely changed status quo, which was there for 12 years, especially regarding the elections. So I would repeat what Cyril said. I always recall this. We have this high representative in one of the most complex political systems worldwide. He's more or less, to simplify, something closest to God in the tangible, physical sense, because he is stronger the parliament, stronger the institutions. He can dismiss politicians, make laws, and change laws. When the previous one was leaving the country and the new one was coming, he said to him 3 top priorities. He said, do only these 3 things, yeah? Rule of law, and rule of law. And I'm coming back that there must be consequences for your doing, as there is in life. How to come to that, we can discuss. I've always joked about this group of intouchables. Educate them, give them the best support worldwide of the prosecutors, pay them if it's needed, to get the best possible salaries. And it was somehow naive, but it actually does give. I hope nobody sees him. Yeah. It gives results because something that was unimaginable 5 years before, we have now that in the country, one of the prime ministers of one entity is in prison, one of the presidents and another entity is under the criminal charges currently in court. So there are certain things when you have the individuals, because individuals did produce many changes in the prosecution, even when I'm not judiciary expert, from Falcone in Italy in 90s to this guy in Brazil in 2000s, and Koveci in Romania, current European key prosecutor in this. So rule of law is the first thing I think that we should pressurize and work on. Second is the oversight, and it is not only it is citizens oversight. First of all, I would like to see as much as active citizens, including formal groups, but also oversight from the civil society and oversight from the international community. I think they still have pretty strong role in Bosnia and Herzegovina, formal constitutional role, but in the whole Western Balkans. Because what is shown so far, as long as we leave the politicians for 1 minute without watching carefully on them, everything goes backward. Democracy backsliding, and all things go in the opposite direction. And thirdly is the simple solutions, which are more technical solutions but give results. You mentioned how we prevented voting by post frauds. It was simple because CC decided to introduce something that we advocated and talked about for a long period of years, like a proof of residence in the country, foreign country, where you need to send the ballots, yeah? Immediately, the number of people who are applying to vote by post dropped for 2.5 times in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and even less number voted of them. So what about this? For example, if we speak about migration, voters list problems, blah, 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 the best solution for the voters list from our perspective, our context, is the electronic voter identification. And we had piloting of these in more than 300 polling stations. And it shows us that the results are obvious. Yeah, we had an accurate identification, and no matter how many people you have at the voters list, no one of them can vote in that particular moment, especially if you have fingerprint technology. Yeah, because if you have biometric identification, you can still come with 20 ID cards, but it's a bit harder to cut someone's finger, yeah, than go out to vote, yeah. So we had this and it gave results. But why is voter identification even more important than preventing dead people voting, double votings? And it is important because of the happenings after 7 p.m. You cannot misuse unused ballot anymore and overpump someone votes, yeah. Do ballot stuffing or voting instead of another. So I think this is one issue. Second issue, we had the scanners, ballot scanners being piloted also. So we literally have at 165 polling stations, 145 actually, the photos of all ballots, photographs of all ballots, and you can go and do by-election forensics and determine the real results. 45 seconds took in average to scan both ballots. I think 45 seconds are more democracy in my country, yeah? If it's a bit longer process. 92 seconds took us to transfer results for 2 levels of government with the preferential voting. Usually it takes us still. We had elections 6 October. If we do it manually, we still have some polling stations not being counted properly and recounting weighted or already done. Yeah, so I think there is also these technical solutions, and I think it is combination. So if I have to summarize, rule of law, civil oversight, and simple solutions which do produce effects.
Exactly. Thank you. I would turn to Zlatko now. Zlatko, you recently launched an initiative for regional cross-checking of voter registry data in the Western Balkans. And can you tell us about the goals and the outcomes of this initiative, and how could it contribute, in your view, to making electoral engineering more difficult?
Thank you for raising this issue. Yes, Temi initiated one proposal that was supported by the colleagues from the CRTA and CESIS from Serbia, and it was about to share data between the Western Balkan country in order to have more accurate voter registry. It is very important to understand for those who are not familiar with this region that being part of the Yugoslavia once we also using the same kind of the modeling, designing the personal identification number. So what does it mean? That the same type of the number is used in all countries, and each of the individual has its personal identification number that could be compared. So my personal number, there is no double number in Serbia. It is a unique number in all countries. So, for example, if you have that personal number, there are no 2 people that could have the same number, at least in the post-Yugoslav countries. I'm talking now about Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro. It is not possible to use. So it would be very easy if there is a political will in the Western Balkans, as we all 6 countries want to join the EU. And when we are going to become the EU member countries, our citizens will have right to vote not only on national and local election, but also on election electing the members of the European Parliament. In the EU, there is a right. It is very important when you are European citizens, the permanent residency. Why? Based on the permanent residence, you have right to choose representatives of that country where you are residing. So, for example, Italian citizens living in the Berlin. Having the permanent residency there, is voting on the European election for representatives of the Germany in the European Parliament, not of Italy. He votes electing on national election in Italy based on Italian citizenship. But for example, if that Italian citizen lives in the Berlin, he's also voting for local election in Berlin. So actually, from the European citizenship, they are generating two rights: to vote based on the permanent residency, electing the representative of the country of the residents in the European Parliament, but also on the local elections. So if we know that, let's then prepare for that moment. Let's do it some kind of the agreement. We are proposing agreement on free and fair election in the Western Balkans that could be signed within the Berlin process, within the European Cooperation Council, with the support and the sponsorship of the European Union, so that we can work in order to avoid any possibility of abuse. Technically, it wouldn't be so difficult if there is a political will. For example, when we were living in the same country, Yugoslavia, in 90s, if you wanted to move to change the permanent residency and, for example, to register another municipality, you needed to bring the document that you inform your authorities in the previous permanent residency location that it is changed, So there is a lot of we are proposing the different kind of the declaration and the document, but it is very important to stop to this migration of the voters in order to affect the final outcome of election. Without sharing data between the voter registry of these countries, we would not be able to stop this. And I think that a lot of the stakeholders are quite nervous about the integrity of the electoral process in our countries. What we were talking about, this migration of the voter, is not only the problem Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro. It is between Kosovo, Albania, western part of the North Macedonia, So when there is let's say, the same electorate of the same nationality or the same language using, we have this kind of the problem. So there are possible ways to solve it, and we had the conversation with the German diplomats. There was at the beginning some interest, but they believe that's what they thought, that this initiative is much more for European Parliament and the Regional Cooperation Council. But I think that all stakeholders, all those who are interested in the integrity of electoral process, should support this kind of the ideas in order to avoid the situation of that this could not be any more controlled, because elections are, if we allow this to become a new habit, new normality, then why to have elections? Why to have elections if one actor or few actors can control the process and the final outcome, not depending on what voters think and decide?
Thank you, Zlatko, for that, and let's see how it goes on. And this is probably one of the initiatives whose time is yet to come. And let me give the floor back to Zsuzsanna. So we talked from the perspective of domestic observers a lot. Domestic observation is not a global norm as international observation is. And in Hungary, the work of domestic observers is especially difficult, yet you manage to do amazing job. So my question is, how do you manage?
Well, so as you said, that there is no domestic observation in a sense that we go to the polling stations. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to raise awareness to things. So that's what we can do. If we see that there is election engineering, there is a huge election fraud, then we're trying to raise awareness and tell people who are not always looking at legal regulations that this is what is happening to you and this means this and this. So that's one of the things. And the other, what I just said, that we provide legal aid as much as we can. Of course, we have some limits due to the Hungarian system. And one more thing I wanted to tell you all is about the recently established Hungarian Sovereignty Defense Office, what we have in Hungary, as a frightening example. In 2024, this office was set up in defense of the Hungarian sovereignty. A long communication campaign was had before that, and now it started its work, so-called work. It says to be reporting and mapping the perceived threats on Hungary's national sovereignty, and they are aiming at identifying those who are serving foreign interests. Sounds very sketchy, who are serving foreign interests. So as you can hear or might hear that this is a propaganda tool, which is now an office, a sovereignty defense office. I started work with monitoring the Transparency International Hungary and also a media outlet, Átlátszó, which is translated as transparency. So those institutions who are trying to monitor corruptions, which is also made by the Hungarian government, but anyone else as well. So actually, this office is conducting examination, asking for data, and doing a report, which is not a strong and powerful organization, not a powerful mandate for them. But also at the same time, the scope of what they can do is very unidentified, undefined, and we don't know yet what they are doing. But what we see that they have a chilling effect on the smaller NGOs in Hungary because they are afraid to do what they usually did because they are afraid that they will get examined by the Hungarian Sovereignty Office. And the other thing is what they are trying to do, and we hope that they will not manage to do, that they are trying to turn the citizens against these NGOs. Because if we say something and the government propaganda says that they shall not believe what we are saying because we are foreign agents and our observations are in foreign interests, then what we do as election observers from a distance is also it gets way harder to do our work. So what we are trying to do is yet again to raise awareness to this one as well, that you shall not believe what the Hungarian Sovereignty Office does, and you shall check on those things what the Hungarian government does, because it's our work to raise awareness to these things, and the change will come when a political change will come. And up until then, we try our best. So.
Thank you a lot for sharing this with us. This is definitely something that we all need to think about and have in our mind. So thank you all for participating. Thank you, Zlatko, for finding the time to join us online. Thank you for great contributions. I think we are way over our scheduled time, so I think that doesn't leave us much time for Q&A. But thank you all for being here, and I give floor back to you.
Hvala i od mene učesnicima našeg poslednjeg panela.
Thank you to the participants to the last panel. I hope you're not too
Sutra nas očekuju panel.
Tomorrow we have some panels about the specific diplomatic attitudes and clientelism in various countries. Tomorrow we will be having also discussions at the roundtable that will be dealing with public media, with voters register and election monitoring. We've heard a lot today, and now we could enjoy the visual contents behind your backs. You will see the photo exhibition election in Constituency in Continuum. The photographs from the Kamerades collective are the authors. On behalf of them, we will hear our creative director, Radovan Kupres, and Marko from the Kamerades team to join us on the scene. Okay, we'll take just 20 minutes of your time. All right, I'll go first. I'm sure that you've noticed me today If not, then I've done my job well. The photographs like to remain unseen. I've been cooperating with CRTA for years, and I'm very proud of that. But today I'm here as one of the founders of the photo collective Kamerades. Beside me, we have Igor Paricevic, Matko Rupina, Nemanja Pancic, Nemanja Jovanovic, who went to another photo shooting instead of me, Stefan Pavic, who wasn't able to join us today. I would like to be brief if we talk about this concrete exhibition. It represents an overview of our work in the last 10 years. There may be some older photographs too. The basis for this work was one long-standing work that ended in photo books dirticism, which leads with our complex political lives and political violence over individuals, over common people who try, in the abundance of confusing information, to find his place. So this is the essence of this work, and everyone, of course, can find their own interpretation. You can look at these works as a whole, but if you wish to see something that we do as a collective, which is always socially engaged and dealing with migrant crises or depopulation processes in the Balkans, you can do that. You can go to our website. So I would like to thank CRTA for giving us the opportunity to be here. We really love cooperating with you, and we are grateful for this opportunity and for all the other opportunities we had in the past. But hopefully the topic will evolve towards something more optimistic. Photographs perhaps find it easier to deal with dark topics. We don't have anything against dealing with more positive things.
Sad još 20 minuta je.
And now I will be talking for 20 more minutes. I thank you all on behalf of CRTA for having taken the challenge and adventure to present your work in the space which is not dedicated specifically for exhibition. On the other hand, it was really very important for us because there are people who have never been to Serbia before. Annie Leibovitz, my favorite photographer, saying something about her aesthetics, says that there's nothing stranger than truth. I don't know if you like her. I don't want to compare you to her, but while I was looking at these works, at your collection, this thought came often to my mind. This is the power of the photo as the ultimate vehicle of the truth. And I think that here you have the opportunity to see a truthful overview of Serbia. And once again, thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Hvala ekipi Kameradesa.
Thank you, the Kamerades team, and thank you, Rasha. And just one remark, tomorrow we will start working at 9:30. The registration is compulsory every day, so please come a few minutes beforehand in order to be able to register and follow the program without belatedness. Thank you for this very successful Thursday, and have a nice evening.